on the path, I chase your shadow. I don't feel a single drop or the ground below. Then you turn to me and I stop before I know. And the lie upon my lips, I let it go. Cross my heart, making vows I know will be betrayed. A sad girl's please live on me for a breath and then be fade.
What is going on? Testing, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Hello, hello. I messed up the streaming UI, so if anything's off, it'll be fun fixing it as we go. Streaming program bugged out. I was testing something, and then I decided it wasn't even worth it. I unlocked the barn here, and I started, growing in here, and things are looking pretty good, but we don't package quick enough. It's all sitting here, even though we have 2 people doing the packaging. There's just under 50 plants in here. What, we have no music in here? All right, that works. What do we have to do? We're on there. Can do that. Studio. Do this. Do we even bother? No, I don't think we do. No, unless it's important. That's what this is for. Okay. I think maybe I have to do one less grower, cut down the amount of plants, and add an extra person to package it. There's 50 plants, something like that. There's 16, and then there's 16 on the other side, and then there's 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, well, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. I'm taking out these 2. There was 50. And it's still too much for them. We're trapping hard, for real. But they're having a problem keeping up. Well, the packagers are not keeping up. So I have to find out the ratio of plants to packagers. I'm not even sure. I probably saw it. They might have sold it all. We'll do this. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Do this. Yeah, I gotta do that. The bricks, you can brick the weed. You can. I haven't done it yet though. That's what I'm trying to. Oh, that's why they should. That's what they should be doing. They should be bricking what they've got there. That's not jars anymore. They are bricking stuff. You're right. Holy crap. Literally cracked the code with that sentence. And here I am. I'm doing child's play. We're about to be flipping the bricks. Well, we're manufacturing the bricks. The bricks, dude. It's crazy. So, I think I bought a brick press, but if it's daytime, we can't buy a brick press until the nighttime. And the game seems to be lagging a lot around here. I don't know, it's my computer. Where did I put it? You can get warehouse supplies delivered? Maybe I didn't get them. Yeah, he can deliver little things though. It's not that long. But then we'll be set here. All right, let's see how that goes. Check this out. Oh, you ever seen the movie Baby Driver? Oh, I was like, I looked away. But you ever seen the movie Baby Driver? That's me. Saw that? That's crazy. Anyway, but yeah, we are we're trying to make it so that over here they're only producing the highest quality. I was like 50% luck. Why aren't they? Why isn't he packaging? That's when he's not packaging. Why aren't you? There's nothing for you to do right now. What are you talking about? There's nothing. This guy is having a problem that I can't seem to solve. He's full of jars. but he won't do anything with the stuff. Even though everything's set up. I could do it all over again. Maybe do the product first. Yeah, see, I don't know. That would be really funny. 24 hours to schedule one. Maybe we'll play a lot that day. Depends what day of the week it is, honestly. Yeah, dude, I don't know why this guy is not... Wait. Because of that. Maybe. See. Yes. There was no purple product left. I mean, it's all purple, but the quality. Easter Sunday? Maybe. I usually take it easy on Sunday, because Friday and Saturday are crazy and I have a lot of things to do. But maybe... We'll see. So now he's doing that, and we're smoking this. We're gonna go buy a brick press. Should go paint this purple. He's still there. I don't know. I should have enough money to paint the car. If he's here. No, he's gone. How much is a brick press? I wanted to get it painted. Not that much. Now I'm withdrawing money. Brick press, brick press. Where's the car? Over here. Oh, I took it too early. I think I took it off him already. He has 34. Brad has 7,600. No shit. There's a cop that looks like him? As soon as I show up, they're getting back to work. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wait, what? Oh, wait. How am I gonna jar bricks, bro? What am I doing? But yeah, what do you use to make... What does it require? Oh my gosh. Alright, they can work on that. Wait, where's the destination gonna be? The lag in this place is insane. But they don't even need these. They don't even need the jars. What do we do? We got bricks? Bro, it's crazy. I wonder how many baggies in a, or how many, how many baggies is in a brick? How many? Oh, it's 20 baggies. And 4 jars. We don't even need jars anymore. What colony is this? Dude, do I even need 2 people to bust all this down? You don't need, like, you might only need 1 person. Damn. I should say pack it all up. What are we doing? The worker, manage the worker. Medium. Yeah, I mean, we just like cleaned up the house. That's 1 person. We don't need you. Sorry. Oh god. Oh god. We literally only need one person, right? I think so. That means we can get another person to grow plants in here. Well, now we gotta fire them. Where are they? No one gets out of here alive. They know too much now. Wow, now there's a lot of things we can do now. Look at all this product. Yeah, throw that in there. This thing, this. Take the skateboard. We're gonna bring a brick press to the other location. This. I could have drove. Botanist? The barn? Fine. You can pull the van in here. You can pull a car in here, and then you pull the van right here in this spot, and you can buy stuff. And from the shop, they'll load it right into the van for you. We're about to get really stoned. Another one. I'll take away this. I learned that if you leave open spaces, they'll be able to break the jars down into baggies. And when you leave them finalized? What do you mean finalized? Like, I know that was announced. Put this here. Oh yeah, like it's in effect right now. Dude, just the brick press? We don't even need jars anymore. We evolved from jars? Bro, what? 7 cards? What were they? Dude, we don't even need jars anymore. I'm flabbergasted, honestly. This is revolutionary. It was a monster of a ban list. But I don't play TCG enough to pretend like I know exactly what's gonna happen. But it was really crazy. Actually, yeah, so I was kind of disappointed that crossout was limited because I play crossout in DDD and that helps secure the combo resolves. So that was kind of sad. Dude, what am I gonna do with all these jars? Doesn't even make any sense. What do you do with all this? Crazy. Balance is still a good one-up. You can get it with a thrust. I would put Talon in the main deck. It's one of, and if you can cross it out. That's what I was going for. That's fine. Take that, and now we'll do this. We take this. We put this here. And that's gonna be crazy. Wow, look at that. We have so much product now. I need to get the van over here and go give out product to people. And I gotta do something with all these jars. What am I gonna do with all these jars? Let's just... Yeah, we'll do this. Was I supposed to do something at the warehouse? I don't think so. I got the work. I know you can't cross out a crossout. I missed doing that in Master Duel. I never got the chance to do that in TCG. I wish I'd have. I didn't play enough. And I feel like not that many people play crossout. Crossout is still really powerful to take out someone else, take out Engine in the mirror match. It's hard to park the cars here. Oof. That didn't look too good. Bad either. This is what Homer Simpson drove. I should say drives. That show's still going, isn't it? Gotta learn how to drive. That's good. This looks sick. So what's going on here? Take this. Yeah, look, that one person's clearing out the wrecks. We gotta assign a bed to that one person, that new botanist. Who are you? The new guy. We need to give them seeds. Oh, it goes, okay. Wait. We fired that person. How did they put them here? That's crazy. One, two, we have 4. Oh, this place a lot. Well, there's 9 up here. Ten beds are assigned. The person we fired never... They didn't leave their bed. Maybe it's because I beat them over the head. Someone named Christopher doesn't have a bed now. I think. Yeah, that was not... Oh, did we assign them there? That's them. Did I assign them there? Oh. Apparently air pots are not the best way and moisture pots are. I can do 2 more. Alright, put this here. We'll take this, that away, that. We need this. Take this. Need lights. That. We need seeds. These look like the same person. This has a destination. I guess it has a destination. And now we do this one. Alright. So we do... Crazy. We don't even need jars anymore. Should have checked if they were home. Outland. I forgot to get the product out of the van. Oh, wow. We're in the brick business now. Oh man, that was like a really sick turn. Is Molly home? No. Smoke these? Wow. Why is this guy not working? What do you mean there's nothing for you to do? This guy's bugging saying there's nothing to do. What do you mean? Dude, there's plenty of product for you to use. Oh. From this to here, and he should be working. This makes no sense. This makes no freaking sense. I don't understand. He's not even packing what I put in there. This guy's literally broken. And he's been doing this for a little while now. I don't know why he's doing this. There's nothing for you to do right now. How can I fix this? To have enough product and packaging? What do you use? The product is in there. I don't understand what you're talking about, man. Bro, I don't know. I'm not. I know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I know how to do it. I know we're doing it the right way. This guy's just not doing anything. Maybe they need money. I don't think so. I keep them all stocked up. Do you need the jars for some reason? The other people are doing it up there with no jars. This thing is not full, but the people can't harvest because he's not packaging. This van just moves product now. But this guy's not processing our product. Dude, what am I doing wrong over here? I always hit that early. Oh, they don't have any product. Yo. Yo. I wanted to get on top. That'd be crazy. What do we do? They need seeds. So we have to... We could get a shipment there, right? Oh, that's not smart. Contacts, messages. How many spaces do we have in here? Order too large. How many seeds should we get? 100? What are we here with? Seeds. Soil run we'll do next. We're good for seeds over here. Wait, let's see. There you go. Will you guys even let me through here? Go. Where are we going with this? Oh, we're taking the seeds to their spot. Not a lot of seeds, honestly. They don't have soil either. Well, maybe they don't need soil. Yeah. Because the soil is like long lasting. Oh, this is only money for the card. How much can we get? And now at this point, it's just like you just keep the place stocked up with seeds and soil. And we've already bought everything we want. What do you even do now? They need to update, add more, but it's good. We're gonna get ahead before there's updates. Too many crickets. Might have changed. Oh, what? That's all we got? That one guy that's not packaging is killing me right now. I might go have to hire a new one. This car sucks. This game is dark. In parts it's dark like that. I guess it's supposed to be dark. Oh. Dude, there would be a cop right here. You can hide in here. Dude, this guy ain't packaging nothing, driving me up a wall over here. What am I supposed to do? What are you even selling? This place is blocked off. That would suck. Hey. Just the person I wanted to see. Hey, what the fuck? We have nothing for you. They didn't have any money? Did I take their money? Did I not get the other guy's money? Good luck finding me up here. Huh? What was I doing? Oh wait, it's curfew. What are we doing? I don't even know what we were doing before I started running. Alright, we got money for seeds. Might as well, no, I need to deposit money to get soil shipped. Dude, all the cars are gone. It's great. Where's the car? Everyone has product. They need frick. We need. Is he still there? Can I not meet up with him again? Damn, he's gone. I can't deposit any more money. I'd have to launder the money. Dude, every time I try to go somewhere. I want to launder money. I guess we'll just reset the day. Oh, my car was right there. My bad if I echoed. Dude, this guy, bro. I'm about to fire him. He's broken. Why aren't you working? There's nothing for you to do. One of your assigned stations have enough product and packaging to work. You don't need packaging and you have the product. Wait. I don't know, man. Oh, wait. Got one more chance. Oh my gosh. It's because it was too close to the wall. I guess that was it. It was too close to the wall. That's crazy. What do I do now? Well, he's packing away. We're smoking this perp. We got 14,000 in cash. We're walking down the street smoking joints in front of the cops. Single baggies mean nothing to us. Wow. How exactly does one buy a post office? Post office or federal? Or public buildings? And how do you launder money through a post office? Oh. We have to wait for that money to launder and then we just get more supplies? Why are they not packing? Wow, you would push me into the corner. Crazy. Lazy bastard, they didn't get paid to work today. I don't know, how am I supposed to know which one's even yours? I don't have money to pay people like this. Do you think we are made of money? Oh no. Oh no. We're going broke over here. Holy crap, we're broke.
Huh.
You give someone a brick as a free sample? Okay, that works. We gotta pick up from the dealers. Mm. Yeah, what are they doing? They should be working. Okay, so... Oh, we're waiting for the money to be laundered. They're on our time working for us. They don't want to find out what happens if they waste our time. We beat these fools if they don't behave. Maybe we should be drying this. What am I doing here? Oh, I gotta pay them. I got the bungalow making bricks of heavenly. Okay, they're all paid. I want to get a shipment of soil here, as well as seeds, once the money launders. Once we're done laundering that money. This place is looking good. Fertilizer? I was wondering, does it just achieve the same result of making it dry fast, or make it better quality faster, or it starts off at a higher quality? It's not standard anymore, it would be better grade, and then you dry it quicker? I don't know. Well, no, because the last part is always the longest part. I think it just takes that one step of drying away. It'll be automatically purple. You can make it purple by drying it, and then you can go as far as making it the heavenly. I think just the fertilizer skips that drying period. Dude, we got all these bricks now, actually. But the thing is, the dealers aren't selling them fast enough. It's kind of funny. We have all of the customers that we could possibly have. What am I supposed to be doing? I kind of want to start mixing the heavenly product. We're bricking standard stuff here. These guys need a lot of seeds and soil. They burn through that stuff quick. Yeah, the pawn shop is new, but it's only in betas. I don't know exactly how all that works yet. Hey, it's a smooth car. Wow, how did I get so far so fast? It'll be in the full game soon. That's the hope. Oh, is this the thing you roll? Whee! What did Mick do? For real, or are you just speculating? Do they look like one? I just lost like 11 bricks. It's crazy. They jumped me. Oh, you can... Wait, what did I do in the past 17 minutes? I don't know if that was worth it. What did I do? How far back are we going? Yeah, they do let you out real quick. You know, I had to pay $300. That was nothing. Dude, what did I just do? How far did I just go back? Did we figure out the problem with this guy? Yeah, we figured out the problem with this guy. We picked up the money. We just didn't pay the fools. That's all we didn't do. We need seeds and soil. I missed. Even once we pay these guys, we're gonna have nothing left. Got him. I got a good lawyer. Got me out quick. What's in here? Some product in here. Oh, we gotta pay them. If I got out that quick, what did he do? What did they have on him? He's still in there. You mean we're not paying for a good lawyer? For Uncle Ben? Nelson? Everyone's paid. They need seeds and soil. Oh, he's going to jail forever. Never stood a chance. The product van. Oh, wait, that money's still laundering though, right? See, now the dealers have a ton of product. It doesn't seem like they're selling a lot though. Where am I even going? Give him money when he's in there. How is he getting money? He's probably suffering in there. Oh, we go here? We just saw her. She's gone. What am I supposed to be doing? We need the money. That's what we need. Sell the bricks. Hit the streets myself, flipping the bricks. Always the damn cops. We gotta lay low. They told us not to get in trouble again, or we're gonna be staying there. It was really aggressive. This guy thinks he can go in here and get a burger, but he's like, bro, where's the guy?
Oh, dude.
This guy's really annoying, always coming up to me asking where the drugs are at. Might not. We got a bat. They can play with their knife. We need to sell these bricks right here. You want some drugs? Jesse pulls out a broken bottle? That sounds cool, actually. Dude, I don't know how this just turned into a dead or alive chase. They ganked me again. We only lost 4 bricks, it's fine. You can door glitch him and get in on a roof to get. Oh. Yeah, I forgot to pull out the skateboard. Dude, it made me fall really fast. I don't know what I just did. It just happened though. I hope they didn't stop my money laundering. Did I never launder the money? I guess I never laundered the money. That might have been a part of the reset. I wonder if beating people up lowers their rating of you and stuff. He wants to buy some drugs? No? Bam. Smash their head in. If they think they're too good for our drugs. What do we do now? Reverse this? Oh no, I fucked it up. Just let a person sell some drugs. Why are the cops mad? I think I hit a cop actually. Yo, they're shooting. Oh, wasn't worth it. We got away. Yo. Get in. We hide in here. They're looking. I don't think even the back door will open. Alright, we're good. I'm outside my own house. Look at all those bricks. Get out of the way. Beautiful. We We got 16 bricks of these. We go door to door? Like a door-to-door salesperson? I don't think we can sell here. Hello. Would you like some bricks of Granddaddy Purple? Bricks? No? Two. You get 3 for 2. Oh my gosh. Imagine getting the whole vehicle searched. I wouldn't do. You gotta know better. I didn't see that though. It sounds really funny. We gotta sell these bricks, dude. We need another dealer or something.
Yeah.
We're making so much, we gotta sell it.
Yeah.
I won't have a choice. For you, I'll do a deal. But then the deal is I steal it back from you. I thought there'd be more people out right now. This guy's still knocked out in the street. They're on to me. My game's kind of lagging right now. And it makes the pickpocketing harder. Damn, they got me. I used to be worried about going out past the curfew, but it doesn't matter now. $15 bricks of heavenly on us. There's no one out. Where is everyone? I thought people would be wanting to buy drugs at night. There's all these people knocked out in the middle of the street. I wonder who did that. bored. Wow, look at all those. Wish we could put a bed here. I'm Tony Hawk in this game. There's nowhere that makes sense to put a bed. For myself. So sometimes I just put it in right here. Our dealers aren't selling enough. This operation costs too much to sell the weed regularly. It has to be dried, I think, to make it heavenly. Nah, it doesn't need that much. That's what I'm saying. With all these lights, you would never sleep. You'd have to sleep when the lights go off. You have to time your sleep around it. What do we got in here? We got a product. Yeah, we need... How is the money not laundered yet? The lag is so bad right now. I just mean low FPS. I don't know if it's the game or my computer. That's true. They probably are autos. Because they don't... You don't see them change the light cycle. We run the block. What? What is this guy doing? Whoa, how did I get in here? Why isn't anyone working? This destination is full. How?
Yeah.
How is... They should be taking it out and putting it in here. And then this is open. We're done? What else are we even gonna do? We found out the power of the bricks. These guys need seeds. I tried to buy seeds from him, but he wouldn't even meet up with me. That was yesterday, though. This is the product van? That's the product van. Where's the van? Yeah, I'm waiting for money to launder. Fastest skater in the West. They're shooting me. I don't know how I got in there. Where's the gun? The shooting in this game's not that great. It's okay. Can I go in my house now? Yeah. And then you just go to sleep. Reloading! How do I reload? Oh, I figured that out. Wow, I got the sneak critical 100 double multiplier. That's crazy, and they didn't even know. Why isn't my money laundered by now? And why won't this guy take cash, dude? Wait. Where's the seed guy? Oh, the seed guy's right here. He left? Dude, I just bought seats from him. He left? With my seats? Dude, he just left. He took my money and ran. I got robbed. I was wondering, how many people do you have to hit before they start, like, chasing you? Okay, the money's laundering. Yes. What do we do? We gotta put seeds in here, bro. We don't have enough seeds, dude. The guy ran away with my seeds. Deliveries. Barn. What's the biggest order we can do? We just need soil. What's the most we can do? 120? We can do more? 140? The most amount of soil we can do. 160. At a certain point, the order is too big for them to do. The van literally can't fit it all. Wait, I got green crack? Oh no, I fucked up, didn't I? No. I didn't mean to. Damn. Looks like we're gonna be selling that for a while. We have both. Unless that's what you go to the pawn shop for, to sell that stuff. I don't know if you can sell that. Damn. What do we do now? Check the dealers for money. 5,000, 3,000. Everyone's got money to give us. It's just now it's just collect money simulator. What are we collecting the money for? We've got our operation. If we get the dock, we're just gonna spend more time micromanaging. Maybe the other drugs you don't have to micromanage as much, but you're still picking up money. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about here. Damn. They gotta do more. Because once, I mean, the game was only $15, but once you get this far, what else are you gonna do? Yo! I like picked him up. Yeah, they definitely gotta do something with rival gangs, because the thing, the RV got blown up and it felt like for nothing. Like, who even was that? Hey, hey, hey. This guy's good. All right, we got out of that. Just another day protecting the streets. That's enough for me. Screaming. We'll go this one.
Full day, and today we
No. Does anyone have any videos for us to watch? That's interesting.
The Trump administration.
Trump shuts down the subway. Can they do that?
The Trump administration threatening New York City's MTA with nothing short of an ultimatum.
Reduce crime and fare evasion in the subway system or risk having billions in federal funding withheld.
So as you can tell,
Okay, not going to shut him down, but not going to give him money.
Problems, but it just got a new one, because even though this place costs $20 billion a year to operate, New York City leaders say the subway may have to shut down because that's not enough. Yet the Trump administration has flat out refused to fund further improvements to the subway whatsoever until the city stops rampant fare evasion and stops having the subway double as a homeless shelter.
Get a good look at this group. Police say the group approached the 23-year-old victim, but it's unclear what led to the incident.
I really feel that there's a lot of work needs to be done. There's a lot of people that I see around.
The health system doesn't take care of the homeless.
I definitely think it's very scary riding the subway sometimes. I feel like there should be more safety down in the subways.
Sean Duffy saying he will withhold or redirect federal funding from the agency unless it can prove it's making the system safe from violent crime and homelessness. Commuters are sick and tired of feeling...
Shit, if I was homeless, I'd hop on the train too. It's a free ride, but you know, you hang out there all day. At least it's warm in there.
Like they have to jeopardize their safety to get to work, go to school, or to travel around the city.
They are bragging. Governors cut a video showing how great it is on the subway, bragging that we have cameras in every subway. Good. Now we can video the assaults.
How often do you run into someone you need to involuntarily commit? And
really? Nimbus, let me see. Give me the link to that.
Because these people may be emaciated, poor hygiene, and a desperate need for help.
So, the agency running the subway says that things down here are about to go from bad to worse. But what nobody in charge of the subway wants to admit is that if this is all you can accomplish with $20 billion, nobody in their right mind is going to give you any more of their money.
Well, that makes sense.
This place, the entire thing screams financial irresponsibility, especially since other countries are able to run profitable public transit systems which don't also function as places of refuge or are anywhere near as dangerous as our subway. But perhaps the most embarrassing...
I used to go to New York City. I used to go on the subway. I would never. I'm not anymore. It's a mess now.
Thing is that even though crime down here is slightly lower today than it was a few months ago, the entire
slightly lower,
much less safe to accomplish that result, because for over a year National Guard troops and extra police have been down here relentlessly rearresting repeat offenders who rotate through our justice system,
rearresting because they just get right out,
only to reappear in different parts of the subway, sometimes within hours of getting busted. But here's the thing, the National Guard can't arrest anyone, they're just there to back up the police. And any cop you see down here is one less officer patrolling the streets above the subway, which are now more dangerous. Which brings us to the real reason giving this place any more money is a terrible idea, because more money isn't going to erase the subway's problems. Especially since the agency running this place is threatening to make service worse than it is right now if more money doesn't arrive.
How can you make it worse? Are you gonna like pay someone to come in there and beat you up? Like you're gonna be guaranteed to get beat up?
To everyone about how safe the subway actually is. But as you're about to see, President Trump has turned the tables on New York City's leaders who think they can spend like there's no tomorrow, ordering them to either stop crime and start helping the homeless or to shut down completely. So as you look around at how wonderful the New York City subway is, it's important to understand that New York City is asking America to keep giving it money so that things can stay just the way you see them right.
It's Bernie Sanders once again asking for your money.
Now, they aren't saying any of this money is going to go towards cleaning this place up or helping the people living down here on a full-time basis. Instead, it's just to maintain the status quo, keeping this place the progressive nightmare our leaders have allowed it to become, which just seems to be getting worse, not better.
Despite some recent high-profile crimes, the MTA insists that the transit system is safer today than it was 5 years ago. The agency says crime is down 40% so far this year compared to the same period in 2020. And the agency
So it's crazy to listen to our leaders tell us that things down here are better than they've ever been when clearly they aren't. Says right here,
they're just lying.
Assaults are up 55%. That's insane. And sadly, there are so many random incidents taking place down here, it's hard to keep track of them all. And for that reason, riders are watching their backs and looking over their shoulders more than they ever have before. Just the other day, this woman randomly shoved someone and then opened her jacket, revealing a weapon. Stuff like this happens all the time, and that's why people who use the train know that they need to be extra careful when they're down here. Subway assaults are actually 3 times higher than they were back in 2009, and a lot of the crime is concentrated on specific stations. And recidivism has doubled since 2019, with many repeat offenders wandering the system, committing the same crimes over and over again. While at the same time, many of these same individuals struggle with homelessness, mental illness, or a combination of both. And since 2009, the rise in subway crime
They said felony assaults,
not robberies. And what this
so that's probably pretty serious. I don't think that's just snatching a purse.
This week to last week, or crime stats this month compared to a year ago, you're gonna get a different picture than if you zoom out, revealing that we're actually on a downward trend, and any success is just a speed bump on the road to failure.
Do you think they've gotten better, or? I don't necessarily think they've gotten worse. Mainly the flaws are...
It's about the same.
Got a lot of homeless, you know, if you go right downstairs, they're usually down here in this one, and they can ride the train, so I don't think it's that bad, but it has its flaws. It's just a big city, there's a lot of people, it's just unavoidable.
Notice how every single person interviewed was trying to be positive, but was somehow unable to do so. They know they're on camera, they didn't want to be nasty, but they didn't have glowing remarks for the train, and that's at a nice station, 72nd Street, Upper East Side. But they got the truth. Riders down here know that it's not a safe place whatsoever, and they don't necessarily feel safe with all of the criminal activity taking place down here on a regular basis. On top of that, the crime stats we do get might be totally bogus. Look at this, a transit commander was just punished for faking crime statistics. And the transit commander in question allegedly had
They're faking the crimes?
and a lieutenant under his command
Or faking lowering them.
even forging signatures to play down assaults and grand larcenies in the subway system. And how much you want to bet this isn't an isolated incident? If it's happening here, it could be happening somewhere else.
I really feel that is a lot of work needs to be done. There's a lot of people that I see around.
The health system doesn't take care of the homeless.
Those were the first 3 commuters we spoke with following a press conference by Mayor Eric Adams, where he said subway crime has fallen 28% year to date. He also
Look at that. Here you got some interviews at a different subway station, and you get very different answers. The first 3 people the news approached all essentially said the same thing. Riders aren't stupid. The city can publish whatever crime stats they want, but that's not going to change reality, which people see and experience for themselves when they try to go to work.
Well, they're never going to tell you that it's bad.
Safely. And when they see people living in the subway who obviously need assistance and aren't getting it, while our legal system ties the hands of police and authorities, who can only temporarily detain those who might be a danger to themselves or others. And let's be real, does any of that sound like a system that America should invest more into? On top of that, this panhandling from New York City is coming at a time when the city's taxation cameras for vehicles have already started up and will generate over $1 billion a year, 80% of which is supposed to find its way down here to fix the subway.
$1 billion isn't enough for them?
Plus, it's not like the federal government doesn't give the city any money for transportation. They already shell out over $2 billion a year. And the concern is that if more money is given to the MTA who runs the subway, things down here aren't going to change. The downward spiral's just going to continue. And let's think about this personally for a second. If you've got a friend who's in dire straits and he keeps asking you for money, well, are you going to give it to him if he doesn't promise to make any life changes and clean himself up? If you do, you're just kind of enabling his bad behavior. And the transportation secretary says the trend of violent crime, homelessness, and other threats to public safety on one of our nation's most prominent metro systems is unacceptable. After years of soft on crime policies, our department is stepping in to restore order. And let's be honest, it's about time somebody did that.
He also says the PATH teams of outreach workers, police, and medical professionals who are in the system 24/7 have removed 900 homeless people in the last 8 months, including many experiencing mental health challenges. What do you say to those New Yorkers who say they just don't think this is working?
Yeah, no, and listen, perception is reality. We get that.
So 900 people have been removed from the subway, which might sound great, but it's actually nothing compared to the number of individuals these outreach workers encounter who refuse help. Look at this. Since last August, the city has engaged with over 11.
They shouldn't be getting no bonuses if they need more money because they can't control their shit. They're artificially lying, faking the numbers to be low. Meanwhile, they can't even track all the things that are happening down there.
7,000 people, which helps you understand just how big the problems down here really are. And with so few of those people taking the city up on its offer of free services, it reveals many of the folks down here are here because they think this is the best place for them, and they have no plans of getting out of here on their own anytime soon. Now, the city does have some involuntary commitment type policies, but the way those are implemented now mean that in many cases, a person who needs long-term treatment is released in a very short period of time, maybe just as little as 72 hours, and then they're right back down here. And what that reveals is trying to save this place or improve it or even fund it in its current state is a losing battle that will never yield a good result for anybody. And if nobody steps in to restore order, there will never be changes made down here that take this place in a positive direction, which is why the Trump administration has taken the step of stopping all future funding, even if it means the subway goes without repairs and has to shut down. And remember, this place already gets $20 billion a year to look like this.
They get $20 billion a year for what? And they just get that money from the government? Plus the revenue from fares.
Definitely money out there. On top of that, the federal government is accusing the city of ignoring obvious solutions which would yield immediate improvements to all of the problems we see down here.
Damn.
You know, it's crazy how even something as simple as an escalator at one of the nicest stations in town never seems to be working 100% of the time. If you go to some of the stations in the outer boroughs, they're never working, ever. And this is happening while our leaders tell us the subway's fine, everything's great, pay us so we can keep it the way you see
Should track where all that money is going.
it right now.
And then you might find the problems.
Even though there are unstable individuals everywhere, trash everywhere, and armed commuters randomly confronting each other. And the obvious solution to this is to do more, to get people off the streets proactively before something bad happens.
Williams also told us how he often encounters people who clearly cannot take care of themselves, and there's nothing he can do.
How often do you run into someone you need to involuntarily commit, and you just can't, and you have to leave them?
On a daily basis, and it's heartbreaking.
So in spite of 900 removals, the outreach workers doing those removals testify that they see people who need help all the time, and sadly there's nothing they can do. They just got to keep moving, leaving folks where they find them. Because our progressive laws have removed all humanity from our society, forcing those who can help to look the other way when they see
What they need to use the money better to create a place for these homeless people to go.
someone who needs it and refuses, even if that person is living in a manner that isn't doing them any favors. But there's another easy solution to the city's money problems that the federal government says New York should look into. And look at this, right now the state who's asking for money has a proposal to give away its own money in the form of $300 to $500 checks, which will cost $3 billion, money which could go to fixing the subway. How crazy is it to ask the country for a bailout just so you can turn around and give that money to other people while not using it for its intended purpose? Revealing that New York isn't broke. No, instead, it's fairly well off. It's just so terrible at managing its own money that it's got to ask for more of everybody else's. While gangs
and then all the money they're spending on sending extra officers down there just to solve all the problems.
Allowed to freely roam the subway, robbing people.
Get a good look at this group. Police say they're searching for these 5 people.
They could easily find a place for all these people to go to.
They stole a man.
Oh, the problem is a lot of them don't want to go, don't want to get help. That happens.
Man's phone. Police say the group approached the 23-year-old victim.
That's another problem. The rent is insanely expensive. because investment properties, driving up regular rents, and there are places sitting empty with no one in them.
But it's unclear.
So this gang of 5 people randomly went after somebody and stole their belongings. And you know what? They weren't even covering their faces. That's how little fear there is of law enforcement here. But you know something? These criminals that are in the subway stealing and robbing people, well, studies show that these are the people who are most likely to avoid paying the fare to get in the first place. Like the 2 guys who just jumped in the train right here. On top of that, fare evasion costs the city $800 million a year. And that's because thousands of people do not pay to ride the subway or the bus. They just get on and ride for free. And some of them then go on to do other things once they're down there, revealing that cracking down on fare evasion would not only help the city earn more money, it would also make the subway safer. This guy over here is holding the gate for people, and he's asking people for money on their way in. And
oh my
it's working. Look
gosh.
at that. And it's just so unbelievable that New York City is out there asking America for more money so that stuff like this can keep happening with no authority presence down here whatsoever to stop it.
Residents we spoke with Sunday say they're not surprised.
It's very scary.
Residents.
This area actually looks like Grand Theft Auto 4.
We spoke with Sunday.
Liberty City.
Not surprised.
It's very scary because you don't know what to expect no more, especially in New York City.
I personally don't feel the subways are safe.
It's the elevated
so
train.
The levels of lawlessness down here are so bad, it's no wonder that nobody feels safe riding the train. And if the people on the train don't feel safe, the country shouldn't feel safe bailing it out so it can stay this way. And one of the individuals interviewed mentioned that they don't think the subway is safe in the evening. And you know what? If it's not safe down here in the evening, maybe it shouldn't run in the evening. Maybe instead of this being a 24-hour facility, certain stations should close at certain hours so that they can be cleaned and so that people who need help can get it. They're always shutting down trains anyways to do work. Perhaps they should shut them down completely and transfer people to buses above ground when there's less traffic on the streets to begin with. Maybe the city's gonna have to start doing things like that, which are drastic but might actually help this place turn a corner.
What else could they do other than the turnstile to stop people? What can they do to stop people from just hopping over?
Pay New York to keep things the way they are down here. Is that a good idea? Is that a good use of the country's money? What do you think? Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
I don't know what they can even do to stop that. Oh, that's a good point. Crime is down if you decriminalize crime. Yeah, but then this thing, like forcefully closing, it could hurt someone if it closes that much to not let someone through. This person has a good point. Why is American taxpayers paying $20 billion for public transportation in just New York City? New York City can't even cover their own shit. That's right, audit them. Oh my gosh. No Jumper's going broke. And Adam has come forward to explain why in more detail. This just came out.
All right, here we go. Adam 22. Welcome back to Vlad TV.
Happy to be here. How you doing, Vlad?
Hey, just did your show, and after doing your show by myself, an epic moment in independent hip-hop media history happened.
Seemed pretty good. Yeah, we had me, you, Academics, Whack, Traplore Ross, and Remo all in one room for about 3.5 hours. And yeah, I don't know if I can think of a comparable collaboration where you had that many people with million subscriber plus channels all in one room as far as hip hop goes, at the very least.
Yeah, we're gonna show the photo right here. It's just a very dope photo because
that's pretty cool.
Everyone in that room is cool, supporting each other, and people are like, oh, so does everyone get to put that on their channel? And I'm like, nah, that was No Jumper. I wouldn't even think to ask. Like, that's his thing. It was on his platform. We just happened to show up.
Right.
But this is how cool it is, and you know, it's just nice to see. What I've always thought was the best possible situation is all of us working together, none of us really competing with each other, because historically in media companies have always clashed with each other, which I always thought was stupid.
Right. You always put me onto that from very early on. If you have a new competitor, somebody who's doing similar content to you, reach out and embrace them when they're early in their journey, because, you know, there's just not a lot to be gained from conflict and having issues with people. But meanwhile, forming good relationships with people who are coming up in the space can help you out in the long run. And I think a lot of people, me, Ross, Ack, we all kind of look at you as kind of the godfather, because you really saw how a lot of this shit was going to play out in the long run. And I think we're all thankful for our relationship with you, and I think that you're a model of how to approach that kind of thing, as opposed to a lot of people who are in more legacy media spots, especially these radio guys. I mean, they're just salty as fuck, and they don't want to see anybody win. They would have, when they see that picture, they're horrified, because they realize that the way that they've done things has not really panned out. And then meanwhile, a lot of these independent content creators are willing to all get together and make content, you know?
Well, that picture was great, but unfortunately, No Jumper is going broke. So I guess
yeah, get to the good part.
That was the last hurrah.
Get to what we came here for.
No Jumper Studios.
Yeah. That was our last big hurrah. That's a fact.
Okay, now you and I had this conversation about this, so I have an interesting perspective on it, and I was kind of playing with it on Twitter. I was like, should I buy No Jumper? Then I'm like, oh, I'm finalizing the sale of No Jumper. What job should I give Adam? Because I knew the comments were going to be comedy.
A couple people hit me up. You need to fade Vlad for this. I'm like, that is not the appropriate conclusion for you to come to here. This is all fun and games. Trust me.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even considering buying No Jumper. This was not a serious conversation. Although a couple people did hit me, like on the street, be like, "Yo, man, you really buy No Jumper?" I'm like, "No, I'm not really buying it." But there are some money problems at No Jumper, which you have revealed publicly, and that was your choice.
Yeah, it's funny seeing people try to dunk on me, where it's like, bro, I chose to share this with the world, so clearly I'm not too embarrassed about it. But yeah, I mean, I've always felt like I had a pretty genuine relationship with my audience, where I try to tell them whatever I have going on, and unless it's something in which there are, serious consequences in relation to it, I just prefer to be honest with the audience. And when I look at the business now, it's like, okay, we're not in the same position that we were during the pandemic, and that's fine. And I just wanted to, open up to the audience about that. And there was a few different things that sort of have impacted us. Number one, we have a lawsuit from this disgruntled bitch-ass employee, which we're dealing with, which, that alone is not going to ruin our year or anything like that, but that's definitely been something that has been costing us a lot of money. We also lost our Instagram for about 7 months, but I do have to say, thanks to that big
they got it
upstairs,
back.
We got it back 2 days after I made that video. We got the Instagram back, so that was
interesting.
Was definitely a consequence of making that video that I kind of foresaw. I actually thought that was sort of likely to happen if I got that many people aware of the fact that we lost our Instagram unfairly. I just felt like something good would come from it. So the fact that actually worked out was really nice. And then obviously buying the building, which, our mortgage is well over $20K a month, which don't think was necessarily the best idea, but I had all these other revenue streams. Like at one point, the YouTube was just going nuts, the Patreon was going crazy, etc. And buying a space that cost that much didn't seem like a bad idea. It didn't seem like it was something that could potentially hurt the business.
Lil Durk is in jail. I didn't even know. What did he go to jail for? Mac, it's funny. Why is this porn star on? Well, the funny thing is, and I don't know, like 2008 to 2000, before the early 2010s. How you say that? 2010s? What do you say? Before he did the rap thing, he would ride BMX bikes and make videos around that. And I would seen him before in New York City, where we would ride BMX bikes at the skate park and all these famous bike places. Then he moved to California, did the bike stuff, and started the whole rap thing, and then it spiraled into that. So I've known this guy. I've followed him for a long time. So it's just funny to watch the whole progression of this. He hired a hitman to kill Busted. Oh wow. I didn't even know all that. When was that?
I also felt like we were growing so much and scaling up that we needed more and more room to grow. After 3 years in the same space, it's just kind of more clear to me that I know what this business is now. There's only so much content that we're going to be able to produce that is going to be profitable. And as a result, we just don't need a space that big. And granted, okay, we have it, fine, it's an investment, but you know, it would feel better to me to be in a space that was realistically, you know, like the room we're in, maybe 2 of the rooms that we're in right now would be enough for me to get by on. And yeah, I've just seen that with a lot of businesses over the years, where it really fucks them over when they decide that they want to overinvest into their space, etc. So revealed all that in the video. And you know, I also, there's always a market.
That's why if you're gonna be upgrading, it's always better off to upgrade in cash. Don't be. See, now he's financing all this bullshit.
Side to it for me. So that was also us kind of like unveiling our membership program, same as you, $5 a month to get early access to our interviews and everything like that. And yeah, also then we got the Instagram back, which is probably the best thing that could have possibly happened to us from me making that video. So I explained it in the video, but am I personally going broke? No. I do porn. I have a very successful business called Plug Talk. I also, not a big spender. I've got plenty of money that I've stashed away over the years.
So why do you need people to give you money for?
React to that video, and he thinks I'm crazy because I don't got a Lamborghini and I don't have a $200,000 chain or whatever it is. I mean, I'm just not interested in that kind of stuff. So to me,
okay, he sounds smart.
Money away. You know, I very much look forward to the day where I'm sick of doing content and I can just ride off into the sunset and not think about paying the bills. So to me, it's like money is to be made to save. I don't really like think of you know, I'm making money so I can purchase more stuff. I don't have that desire for stuff. So as far as me, I was never worried. My girl was a little bit,
I have the same idea
on me making that video, because she obviously had people hitting her up left and right. Are you gonna be okay? Is your kid gonna be able to stay in private school, etc.? And it's like, my girl's looking at me like, you really want people to think you're broke? And I'm like, well, I didn't say I was broke. I said that No Jumper was going broke, which is different. If No Jumper loses money a couple months in a row, then No Jumper is going broke. That doesn't mean that No Jumper's fucked for life. Doesn't mean that I'm fucked. Just means that this business is going through some hardships, and we had to correct our course.
So basically,
there isn't a
basically all he did was clickbait the shit out of everyone. That's what he wanted to do with that. He still has a bunch of money. He just wants your money. My God. It could be that as well. They're not actually broke. It's just about the lawsuits to play that like they're broke.
Okay, we got an update to
Vitali facing 24 years in Philippine prison.
Influencer can now be facing up to multiple decades in prison in the Philippines, all because he live streamed himself harassing strangers in the street, mall security guards, and stealing multiple items, including a mall.
Live streamed it for everyone to see, and everyone has proof of it. How are you going to fight that? And he's facing 24 years in prison.
Security bite. Obviously, we're talking about the case surrounding Vitali, who's an American-Russian YouTuber who was one of the largest prank channels back in the day, who unfortunately lost his mind and ended up serving some time due to horrifically attacking a jogger in Miami. But
wait, he's already gone to prison?
He came back to the internet, and he's came back to the internet a few times, but in the most recent time, he decided to come back to the internet and essentially be a knockoff Johnny Somali for some reason, and in his comeback, he was definitely not wise when it comes to picking the country to be a nuisance in, the Philippines. I don't know why you would ever want to come to the Philippines and go live with the title Disturbing the Peace in the Philippines, as that is probably one of the last countries I would ever want to have that title in my stream, let alone go around and harass people and then steal multiple items while live streaming yourself doing so. It's like the influencer version of Darwinism, and his actions are definitely catching up to him here now because he was just perp walked out in front of the entire country.
The admin cops.
Will now make a statement.
What's this shirt say? What? BIWF?
Yeah,
what does that mean?
He had during his arrest and mugshot, that's completely gone. Dude, he was warned multiple times. He didn't care. He just openly embraced going to jail in the Philippines on his stream. And now he's in even more trouble than what I think he's ever been in his life. And that really, really sets the bar when you look at his situation that happened in Miami. Because if you have a horrific attack on your record and somehow you're in more trouble than what you were then, oh boy. So what are they charging him for?
Vitali engaged in multiple disruptive and inappropriate acts, including attempting to kiss and grab him, trying to seize his service firearm, taking videos of him without consent, mocking other security guards, and vlogging without a permit in BGC. Also, on Vitali's latest video in BGC, nakita siyang sumasakay ng patrol motorcycle na walang abiso.
Oh wow, there's just a whole plethora of charges here that can be disastrous for him. They're also talking not just fully English, they're speaking tag-along with
I guess you can't record freely in the Philippines.
English, which I think they call Taglish. So I had to transcribe a lot of this to actually understand what is going on and then run it through ChatGPT and then have ChatGPT essentially tell me what they were saying. So it's not fully spot on yet, but that's what happens when we're trying to break this news. So here we have, I guess, the charges against Vitali, which aren't 100% set in stone from what I can tell, because he just kind of threw out a lot of the things that happened that they're investigating him for. So first you have unjust vexation, which is engaging in behavior that caused annoyance and distress to others. Then you have alarm and scandal, which is actions that disturb public peace and order. Then you had attempted theft, which was trying to unlawfully take a security guard's firearm. That's a serious.
Yeah, I was gonna say taking their weapon. You're. I don't know. That's a felony here in America. It's a felony. Four years. That sounds like really low.
Charge. That is, yeah, like, did this happen after my coverage? Did this happen after he was arrested? I don't remember that being on the stream that I skimmed through. That is a serious charge. Then you have the 2 counts of theft if they go after him for taking the motorcycle and the industrial fan. And then also that face mask.
Fan.
They return the face mask pretty quickly. So we'll see what they do there. Then you have the threatening to rob an old lady as well. But what I didn't know until now is apparently if you steal a motorcycle in the Philippines, you can actually get up to life in prison. And this is all due to a newer...
Wait, what? For aggravated offenses. I wouldn't call what he was doing aggravated.
stricter law they put in place around 2016. Now, will he get life in prison? There's no way. But the fact that you would even go to a country and do something that can give you a maximum of life in prison is insane. I am seeing multiple locals say that he could be facing up to 24 years in prison, as it's up to 12 years for each of the counts of theft there. And that's just the theft cases alone. And then you have all these other charges up here as well. So, will he get this amount of time? Probably not. But I don't think he's going to just leave the country next week, to put it lightly. It seems like they very much so want to charge him. So then they go on to say that charges also stem from incidents where Vitaly is seen grabbing a security guard's hat, attempting to seize another.
If they don't charge him, then they would be just inviting anyone else to come there and do that, so they can't just let him go.
Guard's firearm and threatening to rob a woman in Bonifacio Global C. Now, Secretary Ramola, who was the guy that essentially had him perp walked out there in front of the whole country, now he said that Vitaly
even if it
will
was
not
just
be
a
deported
year
immediately, but will remain in the Bureau of Immigration Detention Facility to face the charges filed against him. He also emphasized that no special treatment will be given, stating that we're done with foreigners who only insult Filipinos.
They're done with foreigners.
That we are serious here in our country, and we won't let them belittle us.
They're done
And
with
he also
ungrateful
stated that
foreigners.
authorities are seeking Vitaly's cameraman, who may also face charges for enabling a commission.
Oh,
this is a stark contrast
wow.
from what we've seen Japan do with Johnny Somali, and now maybe even South Korea with Johnny Somali, as they seem to be playing way more softball with him there. In the Philippines, they're not messing around. They had him perp walk down in front of the whole country within a week of an arrest. Within the week of him doing it, they arrested him right away. They arrested him 2 days after my video on him. They arrested him on the 3rd of April. Now on the 7th of April, they're having him perp walked out in front of the entire country saying, hey, we're gonna make an example out of this guy. This is not okay. This is crazy. Why, as an influencer, would you ever go mess around and do this kind of content, especially not in your home country? Fair enough if you actually understand the laws of the place that you're in, but still, please never do stuff like this, because again, I want to live in a world where I can walk around in public without having to worry about being harassed by an IRL streamer. Is that so much to ask for? And I feel like everyone in the world deserves that very basic right. If you're out in public, you shouldn't have some IRL streamer harassing you to try to get some sort of reaction so they can monetize it for their live stream. It's just not acceptable. But continuing, it says Vitaly's actions have drawn significant criticism, and authorities are committed to ensuring accountability for his conduct in the Philippines. Here's a little snippet where he says that Vitaly has to take accountability for his own content.
People have to take responsibility for the content they create. It is not a license to shame or to hurt or to besmirch anyone.
Nice.
A blog on
That's
social
right.
media ay may kaakibat responsibilidad.
But then Vitaly gets in trouble during the press conference because for some reason the dude just can't stay serious, even though his freedom is literally on the line here. Bro's freedom is literally at stake. And speaking of the other stake, he's also now banned from Kick.com. So that stake deal is gone. He has officially been 404'd.
Wow, you gotta do really bad to get banned from Kick.
Becoming.
Before we give our next question, may I just remind Mr. Vitaly to respect the secretary while he is speaking and not say anything or gesture anything that is out of the ordinary. Thank you so much. So may we call on Mr. Rambo from DZXL?
Oh boy, that is the stare of a man who wants to put you under the prison. Vitaly is in for a rough time. Who would have known that harassing people and just making an absolute fool out of yourself and I guess the platform that you represent would get you banned? I feel like it's pretty obvious, but I guess people need to be made examples of so others will learn. Because at the end of the day, no one wants this, and not even Kick wants this, because Kick does not want to risk being banned in a whole country. So they're just gonna quickly ban and get rid of whatever streamer that causes a commotion like that. But then a journalist asked if Vitaly is allowed to speak.
Good morning, Secretary Jess Cruzat from ABS-CBN News. I may ask if Mr. Vitaly is allowed to speak.
No, not today. Only in the formal inquest.
All right. Okay.
He can't
I
speak.
mean, you could see Vitaly's disappointment there. This is such an insane situation that's just so incredibly self-inflicted, like so many of the other stories that we cover. Why would you ever do this to yourself and to other people? But something I was not expecting was being credited by the police for arresting him or for finding out about this. Because here a day ago, the Taguig City police station posted criminal charges filed against YouTuber Vitaly over viral VGC incident. The Taguig police station has taken swift and divisive action in response against a viral video involving Russian-American YouTuber Vitaly, who is now facing multiple criminal complaints following an incident at Bonifacio Global City that drew widespread public outrage. Authorities immediately launched an investigation after receiving reports from local residents and security personnel who allegedly harassed the foreign content creator. Police gathered statements, reviewed complaints before the city's prosecutor's office on April 3rd, 2025. They also coordinated with hotel management and local establishments in the area to secure evidence and ensure accountability. The incident stemmed from a video posted on April 1st, 2025 by the YouTube channel Atozi titled "Scumbag IRL Streamer Destroys His Life in the Philippines Live." That title aged very well now. Was not expecting to see my video an official police statement though. I just saw his live stream and I was like, there's no way this guy's this stupid to be doing that there. So I made a video on it. The video, which has reached over 600,000 views, shows Vitaly aggressively approaching and filming people in the street in Taguig. Vitaly, 32, was reportedly staying in a hotel in Fort Bonifacio during the visit. On March 31st around 11 a.m., he was
How
seen
long was he
walking
there
on
for?
Bonifacio High Street, where the incident took place. He was caught on video confronting several individuals while making live streaming content for social media. According to reports, these affected include security guards and workers in the area. One guard said that Vitaly forcefully pulled his ID from his neck. Another worker said that the YouTuber took his hat without permission, while a third, also a security guard personnel, claimed that the foreigner tried to grab his service firearm. Yeah, okay, so I mean, that is a serious charge. Recognizing the suspect's foreign nationality, the Taguig police also coordinated with the Bureau of Immigration to determine possible violations of immigration laws. A formal request was sent to the BI for updates of the YouTuber's current status for guidance and further action. Taguig authorities have issued a strong reminder to all visitors and online content creators to respect local laws, warning that actions meant to harass or humiliate people, whether it's on camera or not, can have serious consequences. The Taguig City Police Station assured the public that they're continuing to monitor the case and are committed to protecting residents from similar incidents in the future. I mean, shout out the Philippines for handling this so quickly. And also, like,
Imagine committing all these crimes and recording yourself and giving them all the evidence they need.
this should definitely not scare anyone from going to the Philippines, because they want tourism there. They just don't want people to be live streaming and harassing people in public. It's very easy to go visit a country and not act like the
Sounds like a place that likes law and order.
town. That's crazy being in an official Filipino police statement. Shout out to all my Filipinos. I love you guys. I'm currently in a different setup, as you can see, because I'm currently traveling to go to yet another crazy influencer trial. I guess we just do that now. I've had a lot of fun doing it. So here we're going to another case tomorrow, and I have to get up at 5 in the morning. It's currently at 2:41 a.m. So I won't be getting too much sleep because I have to drive for a couple
Looks
hours
like this is over.
to get to this court case, because it is in the middle of nowhere. But hey, if this video gets like 75,000 likes, I might fly out to the Philippines as well to go to Vitaly's trial.
75,000? They're close to 75,000, so go like it so they fly out there. Straight to jail. Oh, hey, is this good? Is there anything good here? What?
Thanks for staying with.
The tariffs went up to 104%.
Thanks for staying with us here
On
the
China.
Rundown from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As always, we do want to continue on with some of our
China keeps raising theirs in response to us raising the tariffs.
top stories that we're watching. I want to put up this live look that we have there of the White House. So as we know, the hours are still counting down as stocks and also rallied today before giving up on those gains amid more uncertainty over what's to come with President Trump's tariffs. Meanwhile, the White House is continuing to dig in against the doubters amid growing scrutiny. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has much more.
A week after a long list.
It was supposed to be 34%. They were already charging us 67%.
Of new tariffs were placed on different countries, the White House says it's standing firm in the face of turbulent markets.
Markets move up, markets move down. The big trading partners that have been giving us massive trade deficits for years, even decades, because of their unfair trade policies, that's what we're focused like a laser beam on.
Stocks having an up and down day Tuesday amid news that some countries now want to come to the table and negotiate on trade. But after China missed President Trump's deadline to remove its retaliatory tariffs, the White House says it will impose 104% tariffs against China starting Wednesday.
Countries like China, who have chosen to retaliate and try to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break.
Democrats say the tariffs have gone too far.
This economy is teetering on the edge of collapse.
The situation creating some strife between the president.
Buckle up.
President's advisors after Elon Musk said last weekend he'd like to see a, quote, zero tariff situation between the U.S. and Europe. Trade advisor Peter Navarro had this to say.
The thing that's, I think, important about Elon to understand, he sells cars.
Elon fired back Tuesday on X, calling Navarro a moron. The White House says it's not concerned about the spat.
Boys will be boys.
The Trump administration says about 50 different countries have been in contact. China says it's willing to, quote, fight to the end. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
China's gonna fight to the end.
All right, our thanks to Connor Hansen for that report. And again, on your
screen at this moment,
the countdown.
At this moment, it just took effect 10 minutes ago.
As we know, we are just less than 2 hours away from the latest form of those tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. The White House, though, saying with those 104%.
Wait, shit. So that means like I bought oh my gosh. I bought this is real world, a tow hitch for my car. So I want to put a bike rack on the tow hitch. Put my bike on that. and it was like the one from China, $150 or $120. But the better quality one, I guess you could say, it's fine because it's only holding the bike. But the one from American made, I think that was probably closer to $300. So now, at that point, they become the same price. So even though China has cheaper labor and can produce things for cheaper, it just makes me say, okay, I guess I'm just gonna get the name brand one then. So if there was something you wanted to get on eBay from China to get a good deal on it, kind of screwed now.
Tariffs starting at midnight Eastern time. President Trump.
Unless the things are like already imported in. But they might just be raising the price on them all because they got to get more of the stuff.
Though had threatened an extra 50% on tariffs against China, in addition to an initial 20% that was supplemented by the 34% reciprocal tariffs levied last Wednesday. This after Beijing said that it would respond with its own 34% tax of its own. With all of these changes and as it pertains to tariffs, I want to bring into the conversation now Mark Mueller there with the University of California, San Diego. Mark, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. So many changes have come with these tariffs. What can you first now say on what items this may specifically impact?
What items in terms of goods?
From China?
They are broad, so they are countrywide. The
everything
news, I think, really is that most countries won't retaliate. Australia is not intending to. The United Kingdom has announced it, and India might be reluctant. Many countries, 50 we hear, have come to negotiate. So China is an outlier, and maybe the increase from 50 some to 104% in the tariff that we impose on Chinese goods now is a signal to those countries who do want to negotiate that that's the right choice. So I'm still hopeful, and how it exactly plays out, we'll see.
And it's been interesting because we've been watching as so many people are responding to these tariffs, some saying, hey, this is a good thing, this is a negotiating tactic. Can you sort of talk about how this would be a negotiating tactic for the Trump administration to get other things done in response to these tariffs being placed as well?
Well, in your little contribution just now, you showed that within the administration, voices differ. The European negotiation team seems to propose a 0 for 0 proposal. That is zero tariffs here for zero tariffs on U.S. goods in Europe. But not everyone in the administration seems to agree. It's therefore a bit hard to foresee exactly how this will play out and what really is the end game for the administration. The voices differ. Personally, I much hope that the voices of negotiation and favorable reciprocal treatment for changes in foreign tariffs on our goods it will prevail, but it is unclear at this point. We hear different voices.
Happy
I
Tron.
put this up on the screen here. This is President Trump's Truth Social post in response to why he imposed the 104% tariff on China. It says oil prices are down, interest rates are down. So with the slowing, moving Fed should cut rates. Food prices are down, there is no inflation, and the long-time abused USA is bringing in billions of dollars a week from the abusing countries on tariffs that are already in place. This is despite the fact that the biggest abuser of them all, China, whose markets are crashing, just raised its tariffs by 34% on top of its long-term ridiculously high tariffs, plus not acknowledging by warning
It was already
abusing
67
countries
or something like
not
that.
to retaliate. They've made enough. for decades for taking advantage of the good old USA. Our past leaders are to blame for them allowing this and so much else to happen in our country. Make America great again. That's the response that he says there. But he also, I want to focus on the beginning of that statement. He says oil prices are down, interest rates are down, and there is no inflation. First of all, can you just sort of speak to the no inflation part? What is he trying to say by saying there's no inflation?
So the fear with these tariffs is that they will ultimately pass through to our prices. Inflation, we usually mean the ongoing change in prices up and up and up and up, slowly or faster. The tariffs will have a one-time effect, but it can be huge. Much of our imports come from China. The minimum tariff increase of 10% on everyone in the world and of much more to others amount to about 20% on average. That excludes the 104% that was just recently imposed on China. So those are large shocks to the cost of importing, and they will be passed through to firms who use the intermediate inputs for their production, and ultimately to consumers, or directly to consumers if they're consumer good imports. Some of the foreign goods will decline in price. So say a good has a 20% tariff on it now. It will be a little cheaper in the world market after we, the big consumer of these goods, refuse to buy them at the old scale. But much of it will be passed through. So we are looking, if the tariffs stay in place and the negotiation teams don't succeed quick enough, we are looking at an inflation jump up. So that inflation hasn't responded yet is just a matter of a delay, because the contracts, pricing choices, they adjust gradually. And
get ready for more
I don't
inflation.
View that as a sign of what we're in for.
And Mark, we do know that the United States, China, two of the largest economies in the world, often affect how the rest of the world operates as well. Do we think that this growing trade war between our two nations could impact other nations far reaching from us, including other nations that produce a lot
How many
of
times
products,
is she going to say
including
other
there in
nations?
Southeast Asia, namely India?
So all the countries who compete with China in the United States marketplace, they now have an easier time competing at the 54% tariff that was imposed so
everything says made in China. It's gonna start saying made in India.
far, and the 104% that will
Rambo, what is going on?
Soon. So they get into position. There are countries out there, the United Kingdom I mentioned, Australia, who don't seem ready to retaliate, and countries in between, I put the European Union there, who want to first try and negotiate, and then would probably consider retaliatory steps if it doesn't work. But just to put that into perspective, by the way, negotiating simultaneously with 50 teams.
Master Duel, we'll be playing in a little while.
Plus, don't forget the U.S. Trade Representative in his office. They always have quite a large bureaucracy to grant firms exemptions from the tariffs. Those exemption requests will now come in flooding. So they are in for a lot of work. And I do not think any administration would have an easy time handling all that workload in negotiations and dealing with domestic companies who need exemption.
And Mark, the fallout is also continuing right now on the stock market. We know that these tariffs have had a dramatic impact in the last few days. Late last week, in fact, we saw those markets tank. All three main indexes closed down today as well. What else could be in store as we're talking about
China ain't backing down
the markets as these tariffs go into effect in just a number of hours?
I think volatility is to stay with us, and the reason is that neither is the end game clear. We just heard in your own reporting that Peter Navarro, the trade advisor to President Trump, and Elon Musk, the Department of Efficiency head, disagree. They are prominent figures in the administration. So the end game is completely unclear. And then the pathway is as well. Even if we knew now what the end game is, namely say 0 for 0 is what we want to go for, with all the countries who are willing to do it. China is probably not one of them. So even if we had...
Yeah, so Europe's agreeing to do 0 for 0. No tariffs on either side. Free trade. But what's the end game with China? Where are we gonna, where do you go from 104%?
That's where we're going for.
204.
There are 50 teams to negotiate with on issues that have been around for decades and not been resolved. So this is not going away anytime soon. And that uncertainty will weigh on businesses. It will weigh on investment choices, employment choices, location choices, and the stock market will reflect that uncertainty. We are in for a lot more ups and downs.
And Mark, before I let you go, this may be too plain
Buckle
of a
up.
question to ask, but how long do you think it will take for the average American to start seeing some of the impacts? Again, we know the tariffs are set to go into effect. I want to put up the count there.
It's going to be a wild ride.
Screen in just 1 hour and 39 minutes. But it's going to take a bit longer for Americans to feel the true impact. When do you see that happening?
Well, one impact I've seen on my retirement account.
Oh,
it's
shit.
going down mostly and up a little occasionally. So that one we'll all see right away. When the inflation will kick in, I wish I knew.
Everyone's freaking out. Investments are going down. This is not the time to sell. This is actually the time to start buying, and then it's going to go back up. The way that you're betting that the economy is going to keep getting better. And it's always has over the past 50, 100, almost 75 years or whatever. And if it gets worse, then we all have a lot more problems than retirement. Like, we're talking about the collapse of society.
I don't even know the end game, so let alone know how we will get there.
So don't sell everything. I'm no financial advisor. It's not financial advice.
Quick negotiation results
It's just what I would do.
Came about within weeks, then I think the inflation impact would be much less. But if these...
Because with everything going down right now, the people with the most money, they're buying stuff while it's cheap. Because they can afford to ride it out and not worry about it.
Negotiations take a while, the tariffs are in place and stay. We will probably see a jump in, well, not a jump, but a quick increase in prices over the course of the next months to year. Of
tariffs on China due to crisis, reciprocal, and then 50% because China retaliated. Oh, okay. That's how you get to 104.
On average, the tariffs are 20% now. The tariff increase is 20% now, with some adjustment of foreign goods coming in cheaper because they're less valued once the United States refuses to buy them at the old scale. We can have quite an inflation jump of multiple percentage points this year.
And we've also seen some of these businesses who do import their items from China or some of these other countries that have had these high tariffs placed against them, putting in the byline as folks buy some of those goods, saying this is a tariff charge, trying to make it clear to the buyer that this isn't something that they necessarily want. Do you feel like this is something that businesses will continue to do until some of these trade measures are ultimately resolved?
Hard to say. So businesses, of course, will adjust their pricing. But for all the goods that are already here, they don't have to. So for the goods that are coming in over the next weeks and months, whose price will increase.
It would make sense for them to already increase because they're going to have to get ready for what's going to happen.
Because the customs officer assesses a new tariff on them. Those prices will be passed through mostly if they're consumer goods. If they're intermediate inputs, then the companies will strive to substitute, as we say in economics, to try and replace the goods from countries that have the strongest tariff increases.
We'll try and find things from a place that don't have high tariffs.
With goods
Obviously, things that are coming from China, if you can get it from cheaper somewhere else now.
from countries that only, say, are subject to the 10% baseline. And that scrambling by companies to adjust their supply chains will play out over, weeks and months. And the price increase that will still remain will then be passed through.
All right, again, Mark Mueller there with the University of California, San Diego, giving us just another insight into these tariffs that are impending. Mark, any final thoughts before I let you go?
Final thoughts. I think nothing is final on this,
Buckle
this
up.
policy issue. Let's take it day by day, or maybe actually in 15-minute intervals.
I thought the background was real, then I realized that's not. It's a fake background.
As we watch what news come in.
All right, if we're taking it in 15-minute intervals, that countdown is certainly going and on. Again, Mark Mueller there with the University of California, San Diego, helping us to break down the very latest on Mark for Live now, one you might have in your hand right now.
What are they talking about?
Price projections that iPhones could soon cost as much as $2,300 each as a result of the tariffs imposed by President Trump on
Tariffs are gonna make iPhones $2,000.
China, leading some to start asking how committed they are to their iPhone.
I think it is a big leap, but I love my iPhones.
It's a love that'll be tested since most iPhones are still made in China, which President Trump has hit with massive tariffs that could push the price of the most
Well, when they say most, they might have to make them somewhere else.
popular smartphone in America to around $3,000. Still, iPhone users we talk
What?
to
$3,000?
they'll resort to other cost-saving methods before thinking of switching to other brands.
I will probably hang on to my iPhone and get a lot of screen protectors, and make it last.
What? I get a phone that's like 2 or 3 years old, used on this website called backmarket.com, and I say to myself, okay, I'll spend $400 on a phone, and whatever I can get, that's what I get.
Thinking about like how often am I gonna upgrade my phone? Maybe like not every 2 years, maybe every 3 years or 4 years, and maybe put a little bit of money into switching out the batteries or upgrading the camera.
We'll make it work as far as like spreading.
Crazy. And they'll say all this stuff to make it last longer, but none of them think about buying one that's 2 or 3 years older, not brand new.
Our payments out like we've done before, so we're not really seeing what it really costs.
Apple is reportedly in
What?
negotiations with the White House.
She said, I don't want to see what it really costs, so just spread the payments out.
Probably start thinking about like how often am I gonna upgrade my phone? Maybe like not every 2 years, maybe every 3 years or 4 years, and maybe put a little bit of money into switching out the batteries or upgrading the
we heard
camera.
about
We'll
you.
make it work as far as like spreading our payments out like we've done before, so we're not really seeing what it really costs.
Apple is reportedly in negotiations with the White House and China to try to carve out an exception for iPhones. Tech analysts say Apple takes pride in keeping their prices leveled and that customers have that working for them for now.
A tariff exception for iPhones. Do you think that's real?
I think it will hold the line as long as possible, but these tariffs are so high, I don't know how long they can do that. It's possible they could go up 10%. It's possible they go up 25%. It's possible they could go up even more.
iPhones are big business for Apple. Each year, they're selling more than 220 million of them, and the U.S. is one of their largest markets. Financial analysts say while the company might be able to absorb a little bit of the increase in tariffs, that it would just be a fraction of the problem they're facing. In the meantime, users are taking notes on how to avoid having to run out and get a new iPhone.
I'm just gonna, make sure I don't drop my phone for a while.
This as the price of an iPhone won't
Oh,
be
okay.
dropping anytime soon either.
She's not talking about making the $3,000 one last. She just wants to make hers last so that she doesn't have to buy a new one. Well, you can get a used one. Don't worry. You'll be okay.
In Midtown, Arthur Chian, Fox 5 News.
Director Holman.
$3,000 iPhones. We can watch anything if someone has a good video for us. I could have tried out the Switch 2 in New York. I still wouldn't have wanted to go to New York. UFC? Not really. I could respect that though. Wrestling, you know, it's like all hyped up. But that shit's real. Been 1 year since the eclipse. I saw it. It was crazy.
Today marks 1 year of the path of totality here in Erie. The 2024 solar eclipse brought thousands to Erie to witness a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be in that path of totality. Residents and tourists experienced complete darkness for 3 minutes and 43 seconds as the moon passed between the sun and the earth. Dr. David Hurd with Penn West Edinburgh says on average a person can expect to be in the path of totality about once every 400 years.
Sometimes you got to take advantage of what's given you with astronomy. So I get real excited about that stuff, and I try to encourage my students. I try to encourage the patrons at the Penn West Planetarium to really be in tune with what's coming up in the night sky.
Dr. Hurd says the next chance to be in the path of totality in the
United States, good luck. The next one's going to be in Spain and Egypt. I'm trying to go to Spain, and it's going to be in August of 2026. I don't know if I'm going to make it. Or then after that, it'll be in Australia in 2028.
States will be in August of 2044 in North Dakota or Montana.
And in 19 years, we'll see it again here in America. What? What's with all the measles going around?
Here, so
Graham Stefan says we're all cooked.
I had another video that was scheduled to post today, but with the current state of the economy and the rather unprecedented events that we have just seen in the stock market, I
Unprecedented.
felt like it would be more appropriate to address everyone's concerns and share my own thoughts about what's going on. Because the reality is, many people have just seen years worth of—
This is actually crazy. Oh no, it's like we went back to when? Post-lockdown?
is completely wiped away in a matter of a few days, with the market falling faster and further than at almost any other point in history. That's why we really have to discuss exactly what's going on, what this means for you, and why it's important not just to invest your money, but also protect it, because right now could be one of the most unique times in history. Although before we start, as usual, if you appreciate me filming in not my studio while I'm out of town to get this video out as fast as possible, it would mean the world to me if you hit the like button or subscribed if you haven't done that already. Yes, I get very tired of asking for it, but it does help.
I wonder where he is. It looks like he's at.
Doing that, I will do my best to read and reply to as many comments.
It looks like he's at Caleb Hammer's place.
Thank you to Incogni for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. All right, so in terms of what happened, all of this started with the informal announcements of worldwide tariffs going into effect on April 9th. Initially, the plan was that this would bring manufacturing back to the United States. We can negotiate favorable trade deals with the rest of the world.
He's definitely
bring back demand for more locally made products. But when those tariffs
he's definitely got financial audit.
It was significantly higher than anyone expected, and as a result, the market immediately began selling off. After all, this really could only go two ways. Scenario A is that Trump announced significant tariffs to the rest of the world. They realize he's not bluffing.
And then Trump went 100% to China.
Down, but other countries quickly try to negotiate a deal, knowing that it's going to hurt them more than it's going to hurt us. Or scenario B is that Trump announces these significant tariffs, the rest of the world doesn't back down, and it becomes a stalemate to see who gives in first, with the biggest contender being China because they're one of the largest trading partners. And if that happens, it's truly an unprecedented event, and we have absolutely no idea what could happen. Even though this one is going to be impossible to predict the future, we can look back in the past to see exactly what's happened during previous market crashes. And this is where things get very interesting. In terms of how bad things could potentially get, take a look at the year 1907. This is a time when the stock market crashed 50% after the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, when heavy insurance payouts caused people to withdraw their gold from banks. Of course, that resulted in people cashing out, the stock market collapsed, and fun fact, but that
people say last time this all happened, it made the Great Depression worse, or made the Great Depression entirely.
Actually led to the stock market and fiscal policies that we have today, known as the Federal Reserve.
Print that money.
After that 50% sell-off, the stock market wound up surging 193% over the next 4 years.
Okay.
And that continued until the Great Depression of 1929.
Oh.
Back then, the issue is that banks were lending out so much money to anyone who wanted to borrow for the sake of investing because the stock market just kept going higher. Well, once the market began topping out, people started selling.
Market go high.
People began withdrawing their money from the banks, and the banks couldn't afford to give people their money back because they had loaned it all out for people who wanted to invest. This led to the stock market dropping 83% over almost 3 years, with a nearly 25% unemployment rate among Americans. To make matters worse, tariffs were placed on foreign imports with the thinking that that would help drive demand for locally made products. But in actuality, that entire plan backfired and made the entire situation that much more.
We've tried this before. You know, we don't make things here in America anymore. Everything's imported, made in China.
More severe. In fact, the market didn't recover.
The tariffs are supposed to promote us to make stuff here ourselves, less importing.
For almost 20 years, when World War II offered enough work for the 17 million Americans who were unemployed, at which point the stock market started going up another 14 years with a gain of 815%. Although after that, as the war ended, we saw another drop of 22%. Now,
2008 was pretty rough. I remember that. That's when I was becoming old enough to actually understand what was going on.
That the government was spending less money, and some of those veterans re-entered the workforce but couldn't find enough work. But after that sell-off, we saw 15 years of solid growth, with prices increasing over 935%. But then in 1973 and 1974, the stock market lost another 40%.
Well, see, one of the reasons why it's so expensive to make stuff here in America is because we talked about this the other day. Housing is so expensive because people treat housing's like it's a investment, and then you have the corporations, investment firms buying houses, real estate, just to rent them out, driving up the cost of everything. So it's it's a few things. It's the corporations making money off of the workers, and then it's also those investment corporate firms buying real estate. But there's I don't know if that's as bad as it was.
3% of its value. This occurred when President Nixon removed the dollar from the
Or even multiple, or even, you know, someone owning multiple properties. All of that drives up the cost of that.
gold standard. This caused prices of everything to skyrocket out of control.
That's true. In China, they'll work 16 hours a day till they pass out.
The Federal Reserve quickly raised interest rates, and that caused the entire
They work them till they die for 16 hours a day, and they pay them $1 an hour.
economy to collapse. But eventually, like clockwork, the market recovered, and over the next 13 years, the average gain was 845%. But then we have another one that a lot of people seem to bring up lately, and that would be Black Monday of 1987, when the stock market lost 22%.
That does not sound like a good day.
However, that one was very short-lived, and over the next 13 years, the market ended up rallying another 800%. Then we have the dot-com
So it just
bubble of
comes back.
2001, which was caused by
That's our
internet-related companies and people
thing here.
buying
It
into
comes
them because
back.
they
It
thought
bounces
the internet
back.
was gonna
Goes
be the
up.
future. But none of those companies ended up making any money. And when they finally collapsed, they took the entire economy down with them, with a lot of the market falling between 40 to 60%. But even after that, we saw another 5 years of growth, with the market increasing 110% until the Great Recession of 2008. I'm sure this doesn't need too much explaining, but basically banks lent out way too much money to people who couldn't afford it, and when people began defaulting on those loans, banks themselves couldn't afford to pay back their investors, and the banks went out of business. This caused the stock market to fall as much as 40 to 50%, but then we recovered with one of the most profitable and longest running bull markets in history until COVID, when the markets fell another 30%. To help with that, the government printed a lot of money to keep our economy afloat, and that resulted in a 120% increase over the following 5 years.
Print that
Until
shit.
now. At the time I'm recording this video, the S&P 500 is down about 20% from its peak. And in terms of what's most likely going to happen next, you're 100% going to want to hear this. Although before we go into that, just like it's really important to protect your
As you can see, everything goes down, but it comes back up. It's a great. I'm not a financial advisor, but don't sell, and you might want to buy.
finances and your investments. It's also important to protect your data. Like, I don't know about you, but I've been getting a ton of these easy pay toll road notification texts. And no joke, the first one I got, I almost fell for it. I almost paid it until I realized it was a scam. Wait, hold on one second.
Your name and contact.
Spam caller. Look, if this is happening to you, this means that most likely your information's floating around on the internet somewhere in the hands of third parties.
Oh, they call me all the time.
Data brokers, and
It's
anyone
crazy.
else who might want to target you. Now, even though this sounds absolutely horrible, the good news is that you have a right to protect your privacy and request that data brokers remove the information they have about you. And even though this could take a lot of time to do yourself, our sponsor, Incogni, is there to help you do exactly that. They could do all the work for you by reaching out to data brokers on your behalf, requesting your personal data be removed, and dealing with any objections that websites or data brokers might have. And since many data brokers continue collecting your information even after they've removed it, Incogni makes sure your information stays off the market by conducting repeated removal requests. All you have to do is create an account, grant them the right to work for you, and then sit back while they keep you updated every step of the way. They're also available risk-free for 30 days, so anyone is able to try it out for themselves and get a full refund if you're not 100% satisfied. So if you're interested in having your personal data taken down, you could get 60% off an annual plan when you go to incogni.com/Graham and use the code GRAHAM. Like I said, they have a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee, so you could always try it out and see what you think. The link is down below in the description, or you could go to incogni.com/Graham and use the code GRAHAM. Thank you so much, and now let's get back to the topic at hand, investing. Alright, so in terms of what's most likely to happen next, keep in mind that throughout history, there's always a good time not to invest. Even though it's very easy to think that events like this are really rare or uncommon, when you look throughout history, they're actually a lot more frequent than you would expect. Like, just take a look at this chart here. As you can see, over the last 80 years, almost every decade, there's something that happens which causes the stock market sell-off. But over time, eventually it recovers and we continue moving on as normal. Like, here's the thing we need to realize. Even right now, at the time I'm making this video, prices have only fallen to the point that they were at just over a year ago. And objectively, the S&P 500 is still up significantly when you look at the last 5 years. Put another way, imagine the stock market's a crazy, eccentric person, and it tells you, if you give me your money over the long term, I'm going to give you 7%. But here's the thing, just earning 7% a year is really boring, so here's what I'm going to do instead. Some years, you're going to make 50%. Other years, I'm going to take 50% from you, and some years I'm going to give you nothing. It's just over the long run, you're going to average 7%. But some years are going to be really good, and other years are going to be bad. Okay, that's my really weird impression of the stock market. But basically, when you look at a chart over the last 100 years, here's what it looks like. Obviously, green is profit and red is losses. But overall, there's a lot more green than red. But there are some red years of 17% losses, 23% losses, 30% losses, and even 40% losses.
Yeesh.
Although guess what? After every single one of them, there are years, and usually multiple years, of green. And if you had panic sold to try to find the bottom, you would have missed out on some pretty substantial profits. In fact, this is a funny picture I found on Reddit that summarizes this perfectly. It starts off by buying into the market, seeing some profits, being happy that you didn't wait, but then seeing the market drop, being excited about the market dropping because you get to buy more. Then all of a sudden it keeps dropping and you start to panic. Things get even worse. Things continue to get worse. Then you sell at a massive loss. Things drop even more. You're glad you waited. Then things start turning around. Prices go up. You hold out, expecting things to drop even more. And then they don't. So eventually you buy back in at the same price you did originally, except now you lost a lot of money. I hate to say it, but this is very true of so many investors. I've seen so many people do this in 2009, 2010, 2018, 2020, and I'm sure even again recently, where they sell out of the market, they wait to buy the dip, they never buy the dip, they hope it keeps dropping further, but they end up missing out on pretty amazing profits afterwards. Really all I'm getting at is this. Over the last 120 years in the stock market, the only consistent strategy that has always worked is to buy and hold on a regular basis with a time frame of 20 to 30 years. That's it. I don't know why, but for some reason, the stock market is the only thing where if prices end up falling, people go into a state of panic. And really from my perspective, unless you're planning to cash out and retire in a few years, whatever the stock market does in the short term is completely irrelevant. Like, you wouldn't go in panic if all of a sudden the iPhone goes on sale for 50% off, right? Instead, you would see that as a good opportunity, and you might even just buy another iPhone because you see, oh my gosh, this is a 50% off sale.
Two
right now. That's a
iPhones.
fantastic deal. I'm gonna go and buy another one. Well, how is that different from the stock market if you're not planning to retire anytime soon? If you own stocks and you intend on holding on to them for another 10 to 20 years, what does it matter if we see a 30% drop temporarily in between then? You should really see this as a Black Friday sale, where all of a sudden you're able
A
to buy the
Black
same
Friday
stocks
sale
that
is
you were able
perfect
a
way
few
to say
months
it.
ago for significantly less. And this to me is where a lot of the money's made. Like, imagine you went and bought some eggs at the grocery store, and then you go back a week later, and those same eggs are 30% less. You wouldn't think to yourself, oh, darn, I overpaid for those eggs. You'd probably just think, oh, great, you know what, I buy some more eggs and now they're cheaper. The same thing applies to the stock market. That's why I've never understood why people panic so much when the stock market goes down, or they think it's an apocalyptic scenario that we're never going to be able to recover from, because history has shown us, time and time again, that the market eventually will recover. In my honest opinion, I think the biggest risk with this market is for people who panic sell, for those who decide not to invest, or for those who invest in very risky assets in hope of making a lot of quick money, but instead they can't afford to stomach the losses. In those cases, yeah, you might actually have legitimate problems, but for those who stay employed, keep their plan as usual, and continue buying in despite the lower prices, long-term history has consistently shown that you're going to be just fine. Not to mention, price drops like this should really be seen as one of the biggest opportunities out there. For instance, in a weird way, the 2009 Great Recession was a once-in-a-lifetime buying opportunity for people to buy into things that they never would have been able to.
He's pretty
otherwise.
smart, Mac.
Full-on houses
I like what he
in
has to say.
California for
And I pretty much knew what he was going to say.
Seriously,
But he put it even better.
Stocks
Buy right now. It's a Black Friday sale if things are low.
we're also trading at fraction of the value that they are today. And I actually remember buying Ford stock in 2009 for $2 a share. Real talk, not enough people are saying this, but riches are made
What
in
was
recession.
$2 a share?
And I actually remember buying Ford stock in 2009
Wow.
for $2 a share. Real
Wow.
talk, not enough people are saying this, but riches are made in recessions. Now, we shouldn't try to time these recessions, but when they do happen, it shouldn't be a spooky thing. You should just be looking at this as 100% amazing opportunity. In my mind, now is the best time to take a proactive approach to your finances by living below your means, going through your expenses, cutting out anything you don't absolutely need. and
If
then
you
seizing
can buy
whatever
in.
opportunities in front of you. If people ask me today if it's a good time to buy into the markets, I would argue yes, as long as your time frame is the next few decades and you have a consistent income to stick with your plan as usual. And don't get me wrong, I have no idea what's going to happen in the future. Maybe the markets go up another 20% from here, or maybe they go down another 20 to 30%. I have no clue. Just place a strong emphasis on staying employed, keeping your expenses low, beefing up your emergency fund if that's something you need, and then carrying on the usual plan to dollar cost average long term. If anything, just view this as a test of your willpower, not to panic and not to get ahead of yourselves and get emotional when the market's down. And lastly, as our almighty investing savior Warren Buffett said, be greedy when others are fearful, fearful when others are greedy, and smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm if you haven't done that already. So thanks so much, and also make sure to leave a
Thank you,
comment
Warren
down below,
Buffett.
because I'll do my best to read and reply to as many of you guys as I can. And thanks again until next time.
Tariffs caused layoffs. That's how you gotta do. Play life like it's Monopoly. GPMI? What the hell is that? What? Walmart managers making $620,000 a year?
A single Walmart store is such
What?
a large commercial operation that it statistically changes the local economy around it, with an influence that could be felt at a range of up to 50 miles. It's a business that only works because of devotion to efficiency, massive economies of scale,
There's like 3 Walmarts in like 15 miles of me.
and a willingness to operate right on the edge of financial viability. If a process can be improved, it must be improved. If sales can be optimized, they must be optimized. And if costs can be cut, well, they must be cut. Everyday low prices goes for more than just the products that line their shelves, which is probably why it's raising so many eyebrows that the company is now paying its store managers as much as
That's insane.
$620,000 a year.
I'm gonna go work for Walmart, be a manager.
Walmart to make some quick money, but the company wants you to know you can make real money there too. The largest private employer reveals store managers earn an average salary of $175,000 a year.
More people at Walmart get food stamps, rental assistance, Medicaid, and Medicare than work at any other corporation in America. A lot of them have 2, maybe 3 jobs.
John, we talked yesterday about the fact that a superstore manager now at Walmart can earn over $400,000 a year. That's stock.
Many economists
Meanwhile, the other people are on food stamps.
consider Walmart to be the most powerful private economic institution in the world. Within America, it has so much control over prices, employment, and business activity that it arguably rivals a lot of government agencies. But to what end this power serves is a little bit more questionable. By revenue, Walmart is the single largest company in the world. In 2024, it made $637 billion in sales, which is
Jiminy
almost
crickets.
double that of Apple, who only made $395 billion.
Only
in sales.
$395
Yet,
billion.
Despite bringing in more than $250 billion a year more than Apple, Walmart is only a fifth as valuable. The reason for this discrepancy is down to a general investor preference for technology companies, but more importantly, because Walmart basically keeps nothing of what it makes. Apple makes a lot more money selling their own computers, phones, and services than Walmart does on fast-moving consumer goods that are primarily supplied by other businesses. Walmart has built its entire brand on everyday low prices, an unspoken agreement with consumers that it's basically impossible to find lower prices anywhere else.
Only 395 million? Apple's got to get it together.
So don't even bother looking.
Chump change.
It's a compelling market strategy that's clearly worked. But to keep costs so competitive, the entire Walmart empire runs on razor-thin margins. Most of their sales go back to paying for the items that fill their shelves. Despite its immense size and the pressure it can put on suppliers to give it the best deals on bulk purchases, the company on average only makes a 20% markup on the goods it sells, but the outgoings don't stop there. From that 20% cut of sales, the company has to maintain their stores.
No, it's 395 billion.
Trucks, pay their insurance, maintain
not
their
million,
website,
billion.
run advertising campaigns, and above all else, pay their millions of staff members. After that, from initial sales of more than $640 billion, the company only ends up with a net profit margin of around 3%.
They only profit 16 billion a year.
$640 billion is still a shitload of money.
19.
But even the slightest disruptions to their business could wipe out that margin in an instant. Now, it could be argued that this is a win for consumers. Over the decades, the cost-cutting and razor-thin margins that Walmart operates on have had a noticeable deflationary impact on consumer prices, but that's not without some serious trade-offs.
Wait a minute.
Certain community prices, but
the price of TVs, toys, software, cell phones, clothing, cars are going up. Houses, yeah. Food, yeah, all that's going up. But televisions are down.
But that's
the cost of TVs are down.
Not without some serious trade-offs. In certain communities, Walmart controls as much as 95% of the grocery market, and that didn't happen by accident. As far back as 2006, a new Walmart store opening on the outskirts of Chicago caught the attention of a few local economists. In the months before the store opened, the team conducting the research counted a total of 306 businesses in the surrounding areas. 2 years later, 82 of those businesses had closed, and a very interesting pattern emerged. Somewhat like a bomb going off,
they're a quarter of them all gone, more than a quarter of the businesses.
Destruction.
So if you have a town and you open up a Walmart, more than 25% of all those businesses are going to be gone in a year.
Stores less than a mile away closing at a rate of 35 to 60%. And the further away they were, the more likely they were to survive. Follow-up studies found that in locations more remote than the outskirts of Chicago, the economic blast radius could be as large as 50 miles or 80 kilometers in every direction.
They call it an economic blast radius.
These reports, the economic impact of a new Walmart opening has become so well documented that local economists and city planners have named it the Walmart effect. Now, despite the name, this effect can be seen with other megastores in other countries as well, but nobody truly rivals the sheer scale of
If South Park had an episode about it, you know it's real.
Walmart's retail dominance in the USA. It must be noted, however, that the company itself have argued that this is not all bad. In multiple studies that they themselves have funded, they point out that their stores attract local development, and while some local businesses may close, other businesses that support their chain will open, so local economic activity remains the same or actually improves. Now, of course, they would say that. Realistically, any research that they paid for, which said the contrary, would be buried alongside Coca-Cola and the Epstein list, which will be released any day now, I'm sure. But what it really all comes down to for most people is good paying jobs. If a local Walmart can provide more jobs to local residents than the businesses it replaces,
it's GameStop in the background.
Easier to get the necessary approvals to build a store. After all, for better or worse, we live in a free market economy where the most competitive businesses should win. And here, Walmart has a lot of negotiating power. It's the largest private employer in the world, falling only behind the Indian Ministry of Defense, the American Department of Defense, and China's People's Liberation Army.
That's pretty crazy.
Are such a large expense for the company is not only because it employs so many people, but also because it pays a lot of them surprisingly well. Now, normally working at Walmart is synonymous with low pay and benefits. The company has continuously raised controversies by paying their floor staff so poorly that they were reliant on government assistance to make ends meet. And minimum wage laws are a lot like minimum age laws. You know the bad actors would go lower if they were allowed to. Perhaps this is to be expected from a company with such an obsession with cutting down on expenses wherever possible, but it makes it all the more confusing that just a few rungs up the management ladder, the pay goes from below the poverty line to putting people into the 1%. In a release to the Wall Street Journal earlier this year, the company announced a new pay structure for store managers that would see their salaries starting at $128,000 a year, with increases based on experience and bonuses that could more than double the base pay depending on performance. The real headline grabber, though, was market managers, which under the company's new pay structure could earn as much as $620,000 a year.
600 what?
For any professional, this is a lot of money. And for someone who's basically the Michael Scott of Walmart stores, it seems almost hard to justify when the bulk of the staff they'll be overseeing will earn less than a tenth of that, all in the name of cutting costs wherever possible. But the reality is that these incomes have been decided by simple, practical economics. How much someone gets paid is simply a function of how much money they can make the business and how hard they are to replace. If someone doesn't make or save the business that much money, then no matter how hard they are to replace, they can't justify that much pay, unless the business they work for is effectively operating as a charity. Likewise, if someone making the business billions of dollars, but basically anyone could do their job, then they're easy to replace and they don't have that much negotiating power over their income. But if an employee both makes the business a lot of money and is hard to replace, the opportunity to earn a lot of money is practically
They might just be worth that much.
Limitless. So what is it that makes Walmart managers so special? Well, on the making money side, a Walmart manager is a far cry from most retail managers. The reason
Damn, so Walmart manager making $200,000 a year.
have such a huge impact on local economies is
I guess
because
that makes
each
sense,
individual
honestly.
Location is a simply massive business in its own right. The average store brings in $130 million a year and employs 300 staff in various roles. If just one of these locations was counted as its own business, it would be a medium-sized enterprise, where the chief executive would probably make a lot more than even the rather generous salary of a Walmart store manager. The headline-grabbing market managers on average oversee 11 stores that are often spread out across state lines. That means they're effectively overseeing a business operation employing roughly
So wait, these aren't even just the store managers, these are like area managers.
on average oversee $11 million a year
What?
and employs 300 as its own business, even managers on a generous salary of a Walmart store manager. The headline-grabbing market managers on average oversee 11 stores that are often spread out across state lines.
That's not even an accurate representation of where they would be overseeing.
That means they're effectively overseeing a business operation employing roughly
So you would be a district manager. Yeah, I'm sure they do make that much. So the store manager's probably making 150.
3,000 staff and $1.5 billion in annual revenue. Assuming that they're all completely average locations, these 11 stores are roughly equivalent to the global operations of Krispy Kreme donuts. And according to public company records, their CEO made $10.2 million in cash and bonuses last year. So suddenly, that $620,000 a year doesn't sound so crazy by comparison. These managers also only get that bonus by maximizing the profits of their locations. So not only do they need to maximize their store sales, they also need to further the company's mission of cutting costs wherever possible. This makes the person doing that job very unpopular with the people they work with every day, but it does mean that they can tick the box of making the company a lot of money. But what about being easy to replace? Surely there's a long line of Walmart employees that would kill for the opportunity to work in such a lucrative role, right? Well, not exactly. Managing these locations, by all reports, is extremely demanding, and the company specifically looks for people willing to travel constantly between locations and put in extremely long weeks. The roles are rarely advertised externally because the company tries to promote existing store managers into these roles, which sounds like a good opportunity, but the jobs go to staff that demonstrate outstanding performance in their current location, And there's no guarantee these jobs won't
Sounds about
require
right,
a
though.
successful
That's how they
applicant
should
to
do it.
move to a completely different corner of the USA.
Oh,
Even
shit.
still, there is a reason they do this, and it's the same reason why they've gone on a press tour to talk about how much they're paying their middle managers. Most jobs at Walmart kinda suck, and the company employs so many people that a significant portion of the American workforce has been employed by them at some point in their career. With an aging population and declining labor force participation, finding people that want to work at Walmart is getting harder and harder every year, and the people who do join
Why work? Just stream.
are on average less loyal to their employers, so if they get a better job offer, they're going to take it. This means that the company spends a significant amount of money on constantly hiring and training new staff. As far back as 2006, a publication from the Harvard Business Review dubbed this the high costs of low wages. The best way to cut these costs is to improve staff retention, and the best way to improve retention is to promote the life-changing salaries that workers can earn if they go above and beyond for the company. In business, this is often called the halo effect.
The odds of you becoming that role, though, is really small.
And for the company, it's more effective
That's
than
like
just
they're selling you a dream.
paying and treating employees better, because eventually they get used to that. There are plenty of bad workers making lots of money, but someone chasing a job is going to put up with a lot more. This strategy works outside of the company as well. The reality is that a new Walmart location has a downward impact on wages in the local area, because if they force out local business, they become the only place for people to get an entry-level job. And when they're the only place giving out jobs, they don't have as much of an incentive to offer better pay and benefits.
That's true. When they control the freaking whole job market, they'll pay you the minimum. And you have no other choice.
Economists call this
Because they took out 30% of all the other businesses.
a monopsony, which is like the opposite side of the monopoly coin. Instead of being the only business selling a product, they're the only business buying a product. This monopsony power not only lets them negotiate the best deals with their suppliers, it also means that they get the best deals from their employees. A 10-year study into new Walmart locations found after centers opened, local wages dropped by an average of 6% in surrounding communities. Poverty also increases by 8% compared to communities with no local Walmart.
What?
The company again commissioned their
Walmart moves in and it makes the place 10% more poor.
own studies to try and refute these findings, but the best that they could come up with was that the lower prices offered in their stores helped to offset the lower incomes households would be receiving. Not exactly encouraging. The wages of those store managers and regional managers might be competitive, but they also work as a cost-effective marketing tool for the company to point to as an example of the great jobs they can create. A big salary number gets a lot more attention from the general public than an econometric study conducted over decades. They know that talking about these figures will get them the right kind of attention, kind of exactly like what I did with the title of this video. Subscribe.
Walmart's just going around sucking 10% of everyone's wealth everywhere.
The trade war isn't just about tariffs anymore. It's about control of global trade. And it's exposing China's second fatal mistake, one that could cost them global power for the next 100 years. Now, they already blew it once in 1873 when the world shifted monetary systems and China chose wrong, losing its leadership on the global stage. Now, while headlines scream about tariffs and trade deals, behind the scenes, a new monetary revolution is underway. I'm Mark Moss.
What is this? This is a video. This guy's trying to sell people Bitcoin. How dare these poor people start small businesses?
Small business is the backbone of our economy, or at least that's the story. Entrepreneurs taking a chance on themselves to start a business have provided employment to millions of people, created innovative products and services that you enjoy every day, and in return, they can achieve levels of financial success that would be impossible with almost any regular old day job. You would be silly not to give it a go at least once in your life, right? Well, that message has been heard loud and clear by millions of people, because if you look at the numbers, it would seem we are living through a golden age of new entrepreneurs. There are now twice as many new
Everyone's an
business
entrepreneur
applications
now.
being processed every month than there were before the pandemic. Politicians on both sides of the aisle have been quick to take credit for this trend as the personification of the American dream. Unfortunately, this record-setting business creation has made a lot of people very angry, because those new businesses are being started by poor people. So instead of being an indication of a
Sam, poor
business
people.
environment, it's instead a sign of everything wrong with our economy, if you believe the numbers.
According to the Census Bureau, last year, a record 5.5 million people applied for a small business application.
Over the last few years, the number of applications filed to start a new business that's absolutely surged.
So small businesses are not only job generators, they're also at the heart of the American dream.
In the last month, we've increased the share of funding for small businesses with fewer than 10 employees by nearly 60%.
I decided I'm going to tackle this problem by myself and start my own business.
So new businesses being formed is normally a really good sign that the economy is doing well.
I've talked about my pizza truck idea.
People normally only start a new business when they feel confident about their future and the future of the market they want to operate in. If you thought a recession was all but guaranteed and you weren't sure how you were going to pay your bills next month, you probably wouldn't be starting a business. Lots of new business creation is also a sign that people have achieved a certain level of financial security. Starting a new business often means making some significant upfront investments into renting some commercial space, buying equipment, purchasing inventory, and for a lot of businesses, hiring some staff. Most new business owners should also expect to go for some time without taking any income while their business builds up sustainable cash flows. This means if lots of people are starting businesses, lots of people are in a comfortable enough financial position to bear these costs. Lots of new businesses is also more than a sign that things are going well. They actually make things go well. New businesses create employment for people who just want a job, and they improve productivity in a few ways. Business owners, especially new business owners on average, will put in more time and effort working for themselves than they would in a regular day job. This means they're making more output than they would be if they were just working a 9-to-5. New businesses can also become successful businesses that bring valuable products or services to market. If you start a business-to-business company that develops a new type of software that streamlines AI-generated LinkedIn appreciation posts, then you could save millions of wasted man-hours across the country, which means workers could actually do.
If your family's rich and you have 10 failed and your businesses fail 10 times and you can be an entrepreneur, you just call yourself an entrepreneur.
Something better and more productive with their time.
But you know, I'm sure they'll come up with something that'll work.
Consumer product, it could add competition to the market for similar products.
It just takes time.
If you develop a new product altogether, it could make people happier, healthier, smarter, or just keep them entertained. Of course, most new businesses fail, but for society at large,
there's the most new businesses fail.
So then why is this record level of business creation in America not exactly great news? Well, there are actually 3 reasons. The first is simply why these businesses are being started. A 2023 paper by Ryan Decker of the Federal Reserve Board and John Haltewanger of the University of Maryland found some interesting patterns with these new businesses. The first was that these new businesses were largely being formed in states and counties with lower average incomes. Now, most counties saw an increase overall, but the outskirts of cities, particularly hard-hit states, outpaced the rest by a significant margin. The authors of this paper suggested that a lot of this business formation was just existing businesses closing in city centers that didn't see much foot traffic and reopening in suburbs where the rent is lower and they can cater to a market of people working remotely. This wouldn't actually really increase business activity because
I guess so.
it's just moving it around from one place to another. But closed businesses can stay registered for a long time after they physically shut down. Now, this move to the burbs might not actually be doing any good, but it's not doing any harm either. Unfortunately, it doesn't account for the entirety of this trend, and a lot of the other people starting a new business aren't doing it to follow their dreams. They are doing it because they have no other option, and it's probably making things much worse than we realize. So it's time to learn how money works to find out how a record number of businesses might be quietly breaking the economy. This week's video is sponsored by Morning Brew. Morning Brew is a free daily email newsletter that keeps you up to date on the must-know news affecting your work and life through a business lens. It's designed so that you can skim topics you don't care about, dive deeper into what you do, and still grasp the day's business news in under 5 minutes. I've been reading Morning Brew every day, and it's a game changer. For example, I learned that Florida is now considering scrapping property tax, and Wall Street bonuses set records last year.
No property tax in Florida? Not bad.
Good, to say the least. I can see why over 4 million people are hooked.
Not
on Morning
officially.
Brew, and the newsletter is 100% free. So, worst case scenario, you unsubscribe and go back to dry, long-winded, and boring business news. It takes less than 15 minutes to sign up. So try Morning Brew today by clicking the link in the description or by going to morningbrewdaily.com/HMW. So actually figuring out how our economy is going is something that our governments really struggle with. Collecting data on hundreds of millions of people,
I don't think anyone would want to sponsor this. And unfortunately, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't get any sponsors at all, other than people selling Yu-Gi-Oh products, card sleeves and things like that.
Look through every classified section to find new jobs being created, it wouldn't even be that accurate. The rise of ghost job listings means that there are almost twice as many job postings as there were 5 years ago. But as anybody who has tried to get a job in the last 24 months will tell you, businesses aren't exactly in a rush to hire. That's a problem, because government agencies use job creation data to make very important budget and interest rate decisions, so we really shouldn't be making shit up. One of the other historical assumptions has been more business creation equals more job creation. Businesses need employees, so this makes sense. Except the data has actually started saying the opposite. In the report on the rise in new business applications, Decker and Haltewanger found that counties with a higher rate of business creation were actually correlated with a higher rate of job destruction. This data really just confirmed what a lot of people already suspected. People weren't starting businesses to take advantage of some amazing opportunity. They were starting them because they had no other choice. According to a broad market survey, 36% of the American workforce is now engaged in the gig economy. Some of these people are doing this in conjunction with their regular day job as a way to earn extra money. But whatever the exact details, that is still a significant increase from just 5 years ago. Gig workers are encouraged to register a business and keep track of their revenue and expenses just like any other business. But unlike other business, none of these people
a lot of gig workers, Uber,
investing a lot of money into the broader
deliveries.
In the past, people starting a new business usually had a bit of experience in their field and a bit of cash in their pocket to get their business set up. At the very least, they had some investors that were willing to trust them with upfront capital to get their idea off the ground. Most of these new gig economy businesses today are started by people without enough experience to land a job and without any cash at all. Now, it's not all bad. For a lot of people, being able to sign up instantly to perform work in the gig economy instead of going through the outdated hurdles of job interviews is a big reason why these platforms have become so popular. But these jobs also
You're not going to make any money with Uber Eats.
Insecure, don't pay well, and are quite dangerous. This technology is truly unprecedented, and in the short term it has existed, it's already reshaped what we think of as work. It's really up to you if it's been for better or worse.
Not if you don't have a hybrid.
This is just another example of a slow government struggling to keep up with changes in technology that have redefined.
I mean, you might need, yeah, you need a hybrid at least.
This is why government agencies have tried really hard to intentionally ignore this trend. The first reason is that headlines about job creation and business development are great for re-election. Nobody wants to be in charge when the data collectors change their methodology and reveal that millions of jobs we thought exist actually don't. The second reason is that it makes it look like big programs are actually working. Late last year, the Small Business Administration made a press release bragging about the success of a business loan program made to minorities. In it, they highlighted how previously underrepresented groups had been starting a record number of businesses. Now, before a whole big thing starts in the comments, yes, these loans probably should have been made based on socioeconomic need, but statistically, they show the same thing anyway. The Small Business Administration thought they had successfully empowered a new group of business owners. What they had actually done was just record these groups registering for Uber Eats. Even highly skilled workers with a lot of experience have not been immune from this trend either.
Maybe riding a bike.
Contractors jumped significantly as businesses moved away.
You might be able to make money doing Uber or whatever delivery, DoorDash, riding a bicycle, but drive in a car, it's just crazy. The amount of people who are like, I guess you just say illegal immigrants, or they're not fully legal yet, that are borrowing vehicles and things. That's crazy. The people will work for $1. They'll do the delivery for $1. So you're competing with people who will work for nothing, and then you need a hybrid vehicle on top of that.
Full-time hires and the worker protections that came with it. Typically, independent contractors should have the freedom to work when and where they want as long as they deliver the agreed-upon product or service within the agreed-upon time frame. But a lot of businesses have not so subtly mandated that their contractors be in office just like any normal employee, just without the security or benefits. A study by the National Employment Law Project found that a lot of these independent contractors were forced to sign non-compete agreements as part of their contract. This meant they had all the independence of an employee combined with all the safety of someone in business for themselves. Now, for certain people, especially those at the top of their field, being an independent contractor is a great opportunity to provide services to multiple different companies
Is that a
and charge
video
a
game?
much higher hourly rate than 9-to-5 employees ever could. These kinds of private contractors didn't suddenly become twice as common though. Most of this growth is simply explained by people working full-time jobs with contractor conditions. It also means that job opportunities aren't as plentiful as the numbers would suggest, because even if lots of new jobs have actually been created, they are likely being worked by someone who already had a job and just needed a second or third source of income to keep up with living expenses.
You need 7 jobs nowadays.
I know for a lot of you watching, you already know this, but ignoring this issue will probably end up making it worse. These charts aren't just here for me to make depressing videos every week. They should inform policy. If we can't even acknowledge a problem, it makes it much harder to fix. Now, if we want to encourage genuine business activity, that's great, and there's a lot we can do. Actually banning non-competes, making it easier for business owners to save for retirement, and making access for healthcare easier for people who don't get it through their employers. But these things are hard. There is one other group that would really like everybody to keep on looking the other way, and those are the platform businesses that have made this all possible. We might not actually be living in the golden age of entrepreneurship. We'll watch this video next to find out why we are living in the golden age of middlemen.
So there's not a whole bunch of entrepreneurs. It's people doing DoorDash and Uber Eats. Is this real? Huh. There's got to be more jobs. Everyone needs 7. And when the companies pay so little and charge so much, they can afford to do it. Yo, this person has a skate ramp. You see the same person working in 5 different places? Didn't I just see you 10 minutes ago? Yeah, I'm here now. Oh, no way. These people got warrants for PPP loans?
Y'all, whatever y'all do, be careful what you say on TikTok. The other day I made a video about how I did the PPP loan, and now I'm on house arrest because of it, and I'm facing 22 years in prison.
No.
Other people who I knew who did the PPP in the
22
video,
years.
just to give context. Well, today my brother gets arrested.
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
No.
Trying to tell y'all that they did not forget about these PPP loans.
Got some bad news for you. You're done, son. It's over.
Oh no.
What it look like, TV?
I
am back. What it
No.
do, baby?
YouTube's own Varnell Hill.
Did you miss me?
Your very own spokesman for the Insidians. We're inside and we're comfortable.
They're so comfortable.
And I'm back with another one. And today, y'all, we're going to get back into this PPP situation. The last video in the comments section, there was a lot of people talking about how this situation was pretty much done and over with.
It's over.
Everyone was saying, oh yeah, PPP, free money.
It's just a memory.
So a whole bunch of people were shocked to wake up one morning and be in this situation right here.
Now imagine waking up and finding out that there is a list and your name is on that motherfucker.
Why would that person that you know want people to do it though?
Might be going to jail for something you did years
Oh
ago.
my gosh.
So if you took that loan out and you weren't sure if you had a warrant out for your arrest, there's a list for you to go find out. You might want to do that. One of the worst things about this, people took this money 4 years ago. So imagine thinking, yes, I got away with stealing money from the government. Well, you didn't.
Doge is coming after you.
It just took them a while to come after you, but they had all the records for everything that you did. There's paper trail, which pointed out two things to me: how desperate some people were back in those times, and also the lack of common sense to know not to f with the government. And what's really sad, I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all spent the money on some bullshit that wasn't even worth it to begin with.
That's probably true.
And hey, if your name is not on the list, you can also be nosy and see if someone you know, if their name is on the list. I don't exactly know what the consequences are for taking that money, but I'm pretty sure it's not worth it. If you've actually seen that list and search it, let me know.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The government really want their money back.
Give me my fucking money back. You motherfucker.
When they said it was a website and it was the list of names, all your information is public record right now if you took a PPP loan. And it's a dangerous situation for some
shit.
I feel like everybody needs to be aware of this because honestly at this point it's not safe. For anybody that applied for the 20K PPP loan, just understand that there is a website out right now where you can type in anybody's name and it'll show all their information, including name, their address, their business, and so on. So today, a 7-year-old girl and her father were in line at McDonald's, waiting for some food, and shots
Oh
came off.
no, I saw
The girl
this.
got
What does that have to do with it?
fighting for his life in critical condition. He was one of those people that applied for the loan, meaning that his name, his address, and everything was made public. And
Oh,
he made the
shit.
status afterwards. And as you can see, this is the end result.
That's how
As
they
you can see,
found
I
him?
typed in a random name and
Oh,
these addresses
no.
popped up. I don't know what needs to happen, but this website needs to be taken down. It also exposes how much money a person got as well. So just for the sake of everybody's safety, this website needs to be taken down immediately. So beware.
You got a lot of people out there right now on TikTok trying to slip in little questions to these lawyers to see if they'll be okay. But I hate to be the bearer
That's
of bad
crazy.
news. If you took $1 from these people, they're gonna want it back.
Hey sis, this is Attorney Davis responding to your question, and nobody is safe. Okay, just like Joe Biden said, they are coming after
Nobody's
you.
safe.
Not you, because I know, I get it, but I'm just saying. I was quoting what he said.
We choose truth over facts.
So from my understanding, no amount is safe. In fact, this amount that you're talking about, in our case, one of the co-conspirators actually got less than this amount, and he was still indicted by the feds and in turn flipped on other people. So from my understanding, I haven't seen any guidance otherwise, but I think that
How do I see the list?
if a person has been doing this and for any amount, it's just really concerning. Okay, so I hope that that helps, but I personally have not received any guidance, and as an example, in my case, someone did get indicted for an amount less than that. So
Oh, Schnizzle, you guys are in trouble.
In other words, you thought you was safe because you only got $11,000, $12,000. Nope, they coming for you too.
They're gonna find you.
But anyway, let's get back to the intro and let's see exactly how my man got to the point where he thinking that this PPP loan destroyed his life and not his own actions.
So in 2020, everybody was doing the PPP. My cousin did it, my brother did it, then my best friend did it. I said, sign me up. Now, I wish
Shit, sign me up.
I bet.
So, bro, 4 years after the money already spent, I get a knock at the door the other day. Boom, 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 Dallas Police Department, open the door, we know you're inside. Open the door, because I ain't do shit. What the hell y'all banging at my door like that for? Put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. I'm like, damn, what the hell I do? Can I put my dog up? They're not giving me no information, not letting me put my dog up. Get to the van, take me downtown. I'm in booking, asking, what am I being arrested for? They're not giving me no information. I find out when I get in front of the judge, I got 4 charges. Bank fraud, wire fraud, making false statements, and tax evasion.
Y'all are going to jail! Period!
So the judge never mentioned PPP.
That lady's funny, dude.
What am I actually here for? So he said on my bond at $20,000, I go back to my cell. I'm talking to my cellmate.
Yo, the bond itself is 20.
For PPP. I'm like, how you know? Tell me why this man tell me that it's been at least 50 people that came through within the last week with the same charges. So the jail is overpopulated. The court's backed up for months. My next court date isn't until July. After I make bail, they tell me I gotta go on an ankle monitoring bracelet. And this
He
bitch
paid the
hurts.
10,000?
Bro, I can't leave the house. I can't smoke. I can't drink. I can't do shit. And mind y'all, they can listen to anything I'm doing at any given time and freaking talk to me through this bitch like it's a walkie-talkie.
Imagine they just started talking. Hey, you talking about us? Shit. Bro, he definitely got a bail bond, right?
My public defender earlier, and this man tell me I'm facing 22 years in prison, but if I find a way to get them the $22,000 back, that he can get me less than 10 years.
What?
I don't even have money for a paid lawyer. So yeah, I got a $10,000 watch for sale if anybody want to buy it.
But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
He really thought that he was going to get $20,000+ from the government and just walk away scot-free, and there was going to be no more questions asked.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
Asking yourself, you got $22,000 free dollars. What did you get with it? Now I'm going to ask him 2 times straight. What did you buy with the money?
So everybody wants to know what did
True.
I spend my PPP money on that's worth
This
me going
Gucci
to
shirt.
20 years.
This watch.
None of it's worth me going to jail 20 years. Let's just get that out the way. But I did get this $10,000 limited edition Michelet watch that I really, really wanted. I got this $1,600 Gucci bracelet that I absolutely love. I also picked up these lovely Gucci shades, and I adore these. Also got me a pair of Cartier shades. If you're not from the Midwest, you don't know about the Cartiers, baby. I also got me these pair of Alexander McQueens, which I've yet to wear, but I'm gonna wear them one day. And then my favorite purchase is this $1,700 Gibson guitar. You know, I don't know how to play the guitar, but I was gonna put LED lights behind it and put it on my wall in my room.
So you're telling me he's stupid. He's really stupid, but like he's very stupid. Is what you're telling me. I'm sorry, he's not stupid, just very financially irresponsible.
Have it look all pretty and all that stuff.
A fool and his money are soon parted. This guy, not even a fool. There's no thought in any of this. This guy can't even play guitar, but he spent $1,700 on a guitar. This even makes sense.
No, you are so dumb.
He was so dumb.
And then
You were
besides that,
dumb.
got like little knickknacks. This shirt, I got an iPad.
iPad. This shirt was like $500. This Gucci shirt.
My friends, I only pay for myself though. Just little stuff, yeah.
Just little stuff, you know. $1,700 guitar, $10,000 watch. This bracelet was $1,900. You know, just little stuff. I might learn to play the guitar one day. You know.
Y'all want to know what I did with the money? That's what I did.
Go directly to jail.
Straight to jail.
Man, you deserve to go to jail, man. I can't even front. If you stole $22,000 to get an outfit that you could put all on at one time, a watch, a little bracelet, that looked like it came out the candy machine, man.
$20,000 on one outfit. You got the shirt, the watch, bracelet, the glasses.
How PPP just destroyed his life, cause he got it coming.
Y'all, whatever y'all do, be careful what you say on TikTok. The other day I made a video about
This guy destroyed his own life.
PPP loan, and now I'm on house arrest because of it, and I'm facing 22 years in prison. I also mentioned other people who I knew who did the PPP in the video, just to give context. Cousin did it, my brother did it, then my best friend.
Now they're gonna get them, bro. What are you talking about? No.
Well, today my brother gets arrested.
No.
And he's literally a law-abiding citizen. So in 2020, everybody was doing the PPP. My cousin did it. My brother did it.
No way.
And now he's in jail because of it. My public defender called me. He told me that I need to delete all of my videos because if the prosecution gets a hold of them, they're going to use everything I say against me in court. I didn't think that they will be able to do anything like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Whatever you want to call me.
You're a fucking idiot.
Oh no, this guy's so dumb. No, you don't think of it. No, this guy's dumb.
I'm just letting y'all know so y'all don't make the same mistakes that I did. I don't want nobody.
I'm just letting you guys know in case you don't have common sense like I don't.
To go through what I'm going through, and now my brother is in jail, and
my
we
brother
have to figure out a way to make his bond after everybody just got together and made my bond.
Oh no. They paid his bond.
Everybody's blaming me, calling me stupid, like I did something wrong.
I mean, it's not your fault. He definitely gave them a heads up. Was it probably a matter of time? Sure. Still stupid.
All I did was get on here and tell my truth to try to warn everybody.
Telling his
about
truth.
What's going on so that y'all don't have to go through what I'm going through. Because if I would have known, like I said, I would have made a run for it. Ain't no more doing that.
Buy my watch.
I hope you got a good lawyer. This ain't fair, y'all. They just rounding us up like cats and dogs and treating us like we are absolute hardcore criminals for doing what everybody else did. Trying to get some money to help us through a difficult time. The stimulus wasn't enough. It wasn't. I lost both of my grandparents during COVID. They were my sole providers. They were the ones who was taking care of me. I had to go from having everything to having nothing.
Alright, I ain't gonna hear this sob story. Where did all the money go? You probably inherited something, no?
It seemed like a saving grace. It helped me a lot. And now
oh god.
My life.
That's some old bullshit.
That's some bullshit.
All I know is my man better be trolling.
Nah.
You got online to talk about how you shouldn't have got online because getting online got you locked up and your brother locked up. But you online telling the story.
That don't make sense.
Like, yo, you better be trolling, man. And it's one thing people that went out there and tried to scam the system.
Wait, yeah, so he made a video talking about how the lawyer told him he's got to delete all the videos. Oh, this guy's dumb.
PPP loans themselves. But it's a whole nother pool of people. And you can make your decision if you want to believe them or not. But some people are saying that their name got used. And they got scammed themselves. They never seen PPP money.
I was thinking about that.
I can't win for losing. I ain't lying. I gotta report identity theft.
There's the possibility someone could steal your information to do it. Now that's some crazy shit.
For a PPP loan. I've never had a PPP loan. I was wishing I would have got the PPP loan. And then once I seen what everybody was going through, I was glad I wasn't no fool to go and do it. Somebody done put a PPP loan in my name. I got papers in the mail telling me I got court dates. shit coming up. And I'm you know, I made phone calls. I done
No
reached out
shot.
like, you know, this not me, this is fraud. What do I supposed to do? They telling me file reports through the FTC, through the police departments, SBA declaration of identity theft, and they telling me to just file different reports through so many people, y'all. I gotta go through so much. I've never been through identity theft. I've heard about it, and now I see how difficult your life can flip upside down.
Yeah, dude, I kind of
into
want to look
identity
this up.
theft. Be careful out here, y'all. Be careful. PPP loan. Check the sites. Check whatever you gotta check. If I got one and my motherfucking name do the fraud, y'all might too. Check y'all.
I don't know how to check.
This is sad. I can't win for losing.
So, do you believe all that?
Y'all hit me up in the comments section and tell me if y'all buying her story. But I can say
I do.
We don't know if she got scammed or not, but a lot of business owners got suckered into applying for these loans because it was pretty much like people walking around like selling PPP loans, and some business owners took the bait.
I thought about this and I was like, I wonder how many other people might be in a similar position where these voters, came along and PPP fraud was rampant. There were a number of voters out there, tax promoters, where they went and approached these businesses and said, hey, look, we can get you the PPP and loan. Business owners saw everyone else was doing it. They were doing it, but just unaware of what was going on. And I guess they figured everything was legit. So I wonder how many people are in this position.
Man, y'all gotta admit, that PPP time was a wild time. We'll never see another time like this again in history. I don't think so.
Look at me, America. Look how Tron is living.
And it wasn't just regular people. The celebrities got their PPP on in tremendous fashion also.
I can't find how to access it. I don't know. Wait. Kanye West got $2.3 million? How did they get so much? Forgiven? Diddy got 1.9 and then was forgiven.
This makes me sick.
Tom Brady got 960. Forgiven. Kardashian 1.2. Ah! You can keep it.
That's all.
Greed is good. Greed is right. Greed works.
You're very selfish.
But the beautiful thing about TikTok, man, it gives you a vast array of people. And sometimes you actually get somebody that accepts accountability for their actions. And it's rare when you come across it.
Update on the PPP warrant. So I didn't think that it was real at first because it's been about 3 years since I did mine. And man, I'm gonna take my lick because at the end of the day, I knew what I was doing when I did it. I knew that it was a possibility that, everything could go sideways. I see a lot of comments, people got negative shit to say. They want to say, oh, you committed fraud, you knew what you was doing whenever you did it. And I get that, I get it, it's all good. But at the end of the day, man, every time somebody going through a negative situation in their life, y'all want to add negativity to the negative situation as if it's not already negative enough. Huh? Every time somebody going through a negative situation in their life, y'all want to add negativity to the negative situation as if it's not already negative enough.
Being so negative.
Most people don't understand, when we was doing our thing, man, it's hard out here. A lot of people don't understand, man. I'm already a convicted felon. I did damn near 8 years, 7 years and 9 months to be exact. Hard. And so, I'm going to just take my lick on the chin, man.
Taking it on the chin.
My man just took so much accountability and made so much sense. Got me looking at him like, how the
I see on here a group of car dealerships got $6 million and they got forgiven.
hell did you take the PPP out there? If you this responsible and this
But
mature,
I guess that just means they used it for a good purpose. That it was used to keep the business going, the employees and employed all
how
that.
did you make the dumb behind decision to take the PPP out in the first place, man? Dad, come on, man.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
And the one thing that clip shows me also is there's no room for accountability on TikTok, man. That video stood out like a sore thumb. But anyway, man, the real problem with a lot of these people now just getting these, finding out they on a list and scrambling and trying to fix things is you have 4 years to fix things. So really shouldn't nobody be going to jail. You should have got your business right and made it work. But a lot of people just wanted to take this money and run.
That's crazy.
Went and got 60 racks, 100 racks with them PPP loans. Shit, even if you got 20 or 30 and it was illegal, they just dropped the PPP warrant list for 2024. They coming to get y'all ass. For real. Thought you was low. Thought it was safe. Nah, they coming now. The crazy part about it is the people that actually did it illegally, like they got to be the dumbest motherfucker in the world because you literally could have did it legally and got your shit forgiven. Like they just gave you 20K and you could have got everything forgiven if you'd have just went by the steps about it the right way. Like, but you chose to just be a scammer. It's crazy. Like they literally went and gave me 20K for my clothing brand legally. I mean, I had my clothing brand before the PPP thing started becoming a thing, you know, so I was able to show legit documents that I had a business, but a lot of people didn't even have a business yet. And they didn't even bother to actually go make one. They just probably put in some fake numbers. I went and created a scam company with no real background and didn't even file taxes through, with no real EIN, nothing, and turn around and got 100 bands. And
You telling me I could have made a esports network and gotten free tournament prizing? Are you kidding me? And that would have been real? And they would have accepted that? No fucking way. Why wasn't I doing this? Damn, what?
And thought that they wasn't gonna see what? They wasn't gonna do what? Like, you didn't think that they were just gonna hand you 100 bands illegally and nothing was gonna happen, right? Because you gotta be the dumbest motherfucker. What makes it worse is all it would have took was for you to actually go make a little business. You didn't even have to have a business beforehand, bro. All you had to do was go make a legit business, legit LLC. You know,
I'm
get
sick.
your paperwork right, and you could have went and applied for that loan and still got it forgiven, all within that same year, within a few couple months. But some people just literally are just too greedy, bro, and they deserve everything that's coming to them. So if your ass did an illegal PPP loan, you know what I'm saying?
I still do it?
They just dropped the warrant list for your ass. So you better go into hiding. But they not playing, bro. They not. I don't know why y'all playing with the federal government anyway. Somebody should have taught y'all something.
if everything my man just said in the video to the point to where you didn't even have to have a business when you got the money, if you just set up a business afterwards and invested that money into the business, but to not have a business at all and take the loan out is crazy. And on top of it, if you would have just followed the steps, you could have had it forgiven. It could be no mercy on you, man. Because while you was looking at it like you got away, they was actually giving you time to try to get things right. But you wanted to be greedy. So y'all tell me how y'all feel about this one in the comment section. We tried to tell them.
Damn, I feel like I should have started an LLC and gotten that free money. It's crazy. I probably wouldn't have done it right and gotten locked up. What? Person gets what? How do you get paid to protest? Protest. I guess that's all we got today for videos. We're gonna need help with everyone providing a stream of videos for us to watch. well, a constant choice of videos. Well, I gotta get better at finding more videos. Maintenance. Bell special summon. I don't think I'm on the list. I don't think anyone stole my identity. How far could they take this? Dark Magician. Blue Eyes? Nah, never mind. I don't think we got this. We are 0 and 2 for coin flips. And somehow I started with this one of both times. One of. I have one of this and a 40-something card deck. $43 cards. Are they actually going to take the maxi challenge? Is this guy crazy? An interesting choice for them to banish. Maybe I should have ashed the Rhino Heart. Dude, this guy is crazy. Are we gonna deck out? Nine, 10 summons and we deck out. I would have to droll. Do we ash this Beatrice? I think we do. For the Baron to flare negates. I guess it's good. Well, maybe, should we have baited it with the droll? Maybe they would not have negated the droll though. You know, how many times can I go summon Engraver? If they do a Snake Eye combo, then I'd be impressed. This is crazy. This guy is insane. Well, we're gonna have to return cards because of Fuelos. Oh, we're banished. Okay. We're gonna have to return 18 cards. More, maybe. Huh? 17? Oh, no, they're gonna exceed summon. I wonder what we're gonna get to keep. If we get to keep the 3 Drolls, Max C, Fuelos, that'd be bad. It could also be really good though. We have 30 cards in our hand. We almost have our whole deck in our hand. They gotta let me try. Do they linked off the thing? Wait, why can't I droll? Why can't I droll? Is it only the opponent? To the opponent's hand. No. I can't droll. We're gonna get decked out. Oh. Yeah, I was saying, this person's crazy insane. What are they doing? They're just insane. I didn't even get to do anything. What a waste of time. I should make a video, a YouTube video with the updates for DDD with Fiendsmith. We're sending. Gotta burp a lot. Bro, what? What? Dark Ruler no more? This guy's insane. They had Dark Ruler and Super Poly. All right, let them combo. I'm gonna go get something to drink. 2-minute BRB. Maybe 3-minute if I go to the bathroom. Let them combo. I need the missions. They understand why I walked away, right? No way, we did it. Huh. I really need the third Gilgamesh in this situation. They could have done it differently. Maybe not have realized. Or I wouldn't be able to get the synchro summon. The droll has to save us. Konami wants me to activate spells. Novels. Maxi Fuelos challenge. Fuelos Maxi challenge. All that and we don't combo. Do we Zeus the field? Zeus it up? Second imperm? Wow. They followed that right up with another field spell. What does this say? Wow. Okay. Interesting. I thought they were gonna cook. We still didn't activate a spell, bro. Could have done this better. Wait. Not gonna get to reborn it though. I probably should have done the other one. This isn't so bad. This is good. We're missing the synchro monster, that's it. We might have been able to do it. Nah, the opening hand was rough. Just getting this was... The issue was having this guy in the opening hand. Egglen. Wow, it's crazy. Add okay. JC Penny D. What is going on? We drolling. Yo, they got the avian? When can we droll? Can I droll now? DD best deck. I'll get DD. I've done level 20 max with DDD in the Duelist Cup. You can probably get. This is a tough format now. You know, back before, maybe even with Fiends, you might be able to get Master 5. Man, this guy had everything. That's crazy. Okay. We'll suck him up. Nice. Takes a lot of practice with DDD to be able to know all the lines and what to do every situation. And a little bit of luck too. Here we got unlucky. Do we even play a card? They would draw 2. This is Droll that's gonna have to carry. We got a Droll plus 2 sucks. No more sucking. Nice. Make a Zeus? I think that's what we're gonna do. It's a great idea. What do you think they're playing? No idea. We're gonna max C though, right? Okay, they got an Ash. Let's see if they can stop the Droll. Holy. Dude, what was that? Oh, they're just activating spells for something. For a mission. They have to be. Weird game. We're done with our missions here. I want to spend all my money on this. I want to abandon all responsibilities and buy alternate art royal ash blossoms. Damn. I want to spend all my money on this. I want to forego all responsibilities. I'll see you next year. It's a good pack. I spent all my spare gems on this pack. All in search of royal ash feet. Change accounts. What is this? No. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even look at the missions. Fusion Pendulum Link, Normal Summon, Win a Duel. That's DDD. Yes. DD. Money trees, what is going on? I love you and thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us, but please DW or wave, never that. Too generic. It was never about me. I could get all philosophical, but the idea was more like an organization, not just myself. That's a big way to put it. And now we watch this Blue Eyes combo. What is up? I'm just chilling. Daily missions. We'll play some RuneScape later. Someone tried to deck us out before. And then they got us down to like 3 cards and they surrendered. That was pretty funny. Bulos again. Okay, so we switched to the tracked in this deck. Yeah, we've definitely had some interesting games today. Huh. Like the Spirit Dragon is perfect to negate the Lurie. We'll do this. Ooh, oh, okay, no, we do this first. Chain link block that or the other way around? Might have wanted to do the other way around. I know a lot of people say that. Money. Like back then was the best. (2015, 2018 time. We're sending. Yeah, we'll send them. Do I still do that? I don't. Unaffected by card effects of its own. It can't be destroyed by battle. Okay. I remember back then playing Fortnite on release. I actually played it for like, I don't know, a month or two when it came out. This could be good if we can survive all this. Wait, what are we doing here? We already have that. Yeah. Well, we're not gonna get that. Yes. Oh, shit. Is this gonna work? No, we are. Wow. I should have used this guy to make the Machinax instead. And I should have kept the Link monster. How did we mess all that up, bro? Because we activated the Flame Hiking, I guess, early. They interrupted us pretty well. Okay. If we had the Caesar, we'd be set right now. It wouldn't matter. Somehow I messed up. Well, they interrupted us pretty nice. I should have used the engraver. Did I try to? I think I tried to. Maybe I even did. Oh, they negated the engraver summon from the deck. Or the grave. I just want to activate the trap in case we have a mission for it. Can they attack? Yeah, the triple tactics talent. They took it with talent. They can attack. This contract burns us out. We pay 1,000 life points every standby phase. It's already over. No way. They're not going to banish our spell. Wow. Interesting. Is it for the homie? The homie draw or something? They want to see what we got. This is actually, they protected their True Light with the cipher, and the cipher has a negate. I made a stupid play in the beginning because I didn't care anymore. Add to our hand. Good luck with that. Braver. Maybe I got that order wrong. Whoops. Well, I can't summon Zeus? Why? Did I activate some other kind of effect that locks me into fiends? I don't think so. That's weird. I would have just attacked into the big dragon then if I knew that was the case. Why? So weird. We should be able to wait. Oh. What? Oh, because I pendulum summoned this guy. Yep. Yeah. This guy is a one of in the deck. If I had any other monster besides this guy. And I had no other monster. Damn. We were supposed to Zeus. I just want our missions. Poor Kepler. What did we need? A better hand, a better opening hand. Kepler has 0 attack. Why would they do it like that? Oh, I should have got the... this works. But if I got the... Orthros, we'd have a Baron de Fleur. This is still cool. It's definitely a choice. I don't know what we do with this now. Pendulum's kind of confusing, but the way you gotta look at it is it's just another... It's a monster with a spell kind of built into it. Where did that go? What? I detached the material. Where did it go? Oh. Damn. Senpai? Sky Striker? No, I don't know. Oh, they got, I knew it was Tenpai. Dude, I knew it was Tenpai. I should have set the cross out. They could have a imperm. Sky Striker Tenpai? Maybe. What? Wow. They wiped out our whole field in one card. How do we get rid of this dude? All right. One. This works. Bro, why am I gonna cross myself? Oh, I'm locked to DDs, bro. Drawing that throne would actually be good. Well, that was definitely a game. Damn Tempai. I got normal summon a monster. That Ultimate Slayer is crazy. Took out our 2 cards with 1. Was it really from 1 card? This could be good. Triple, what is going on? Dude, they max feed us, bro. Triple's got a classic here for us. We're doing all right today. It's treating us well. Ups and downs. Nate Dogg. I don't know who this is. Pretty good though. Oh man, they died. Wait, is this guy related to Mr. Snoop Dogg? Are they brothers? Tachyon Primal. What? FB Loso, what is going on? Oh man, oh man. We're just grinding with some DDD. Pendulum best deck. They're actually cousins? That's pretty cool. Yo, is this guy gonna, like, you know, do their turn today? Retract? We already have the livery though. I wonder what kind of disruptions they got right here. So we tracked. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. I wonder if this engraver threatens the Tachyon. Equip the Requiem and send the Tachyon. End engraver. True, I gotta change that. They gotta know what's coming. Can they protect their tachyon? We're gonna find out. They gotta do something, right? They can't just allow this. Transmigration. Return the Requiem. Do I try to summon Baron de Fleur, or do I try to banish this guy with a Chaos Angel? Seven coin flips in a row? That sounds crazy. Why did they not activate that earlier? Are they going to transmigration again? It's crazy. What does this say? It's unaffected? Can't be destroyed by battle? And it's unaffected. What? And they steal the Baron? Bro, what? Nice. I think I do this though. These two? Whoa. Ooh, but I'm out of spell zones now. It's crazy. Bring back to this one? I guess so. Why did they take? Oh, they took half damage because of my DD effect. What was the point of that? No way. Oh shit. Did we go first? We did, but we bricked. They maxied us. They maxied us. I think they also bricked. I'm not gonna spend gems on this account, not the alternate cards. This. Dude. It's time we continue the hunt for the Kraken. Dude, I'm so used to WASD from another game that I'm not used to using my arrow keys to move my camera in this game. First we brew, then we defense. Kakashi? I could see that with this mask. We do this one, these two. We do this. I could see that, Kakashi. Put this here. Every time I kill this dude, there's a 1 in 3,000 chance that they drop a pet version of themselves. And that's what we're here for. And it's a 1 in 3,000 chance. And I've killed it 2,739 times. It tells me every time. Yeah, yeah, it's literally, if you are familiar with Pokemon, it's just about shiny odds. And that's the grind. So while we're doing this, if anyone has interesting videos for us to watch, letting me know, we'll watch that. It's literally just chatting while I kill this guy. That's all this is. And there's literally, there doesn't take a lot of action for me to kill this guy. But it's more difficult. It's more of a grind than you'd think. Because I can't just show up here and fight him whenever I want. I have to be on a randomly assigned task. And I might have to go through 5 or 10 or more tasks just to get the chance to fight this guy. So it's rare. Ish. It takes dedication. You know, shiny Pokemon, you're just printing out them eggs. Boom, boom, boom. Here, we're a bit more limited. It's kind of low. And like a lake. Looks good. $2,741. I use this bracelet here. I have to have this on, equipped. And that lets me kill him more times. Yes, what is going on? You're going for a Raxer? You got this. Don't give up. And good luck to you too. Thank you, pal. I got a buddy who's also going for a Raxer right now. Should I merge those? Yeah, probably that would make more sense. Yes, how many kill count do you have over there for the Araxer? Skip this. 2132. Man, you're up there too. We're about to hit 2750. Heal? Sure, we can do that. I don't want to do too much blood magic. What are we doing? Who's online? Ah, they'll maybe drop by. I'll ask my buddy how they're doing with a Raxer. See what kill count they're at. Damn, they didn't get it yet. Yo, we're dying out of here. We should be doing a better prayer. We'll have to bank after this kill. Maybe we'll get like another kill. My friend's at 2,800 kill count for a Raxer. Yo, I'm almost dead. I looked away for a second. How did I die? I didn't die, but I was nearly dead. Damn. I don't know if it matters. We're still praying. This one, this one, this one, this one, I gotta charge the trident. We'll do this one. Then we'll do... I can only add 1100. I need fire runes. We're going in. Let's go. Brew. Then defense. Gonna come. Oh, dude. What is the kill count? 2747. We'll be at 2750 and 3 kills. Oh, we need prayer, bro. How long is this song? Pretty good song. The jig is always up. What is going on? You bought your first mega? Mega what? Like, we talking super rare stuff? Nice. What'd you get? Shadow. Very nice. Congratulations on that. How you feeling? How much are they going for right now? It's got to be like a bill, right? 1.2, that's what, yeah. Very nice. What are you going to be using that for? Using that for everything. Put that shit on everything. Got to make that money back. Better be good for everything. You started 3 months ago and you already got a bill. What have you been up to? I haven't been taking wealth building really all that seriously. All that stuff will come. If I buckle down, I might be able to do some PKing, some fighting. I like chilling though. Keep it chill. Oh, I see. So you're already established in RuneScape 3. Got you. And you can legally transfer your currency. Is this with bonds or something? Got you. 10-1? Wow. That would be 13 bill in 07 in old school. Is what you're saying. Gotcha. 10-1 is crazy. What's the secret to making all that over there? What am I doing here? Ah, PVM. Gotcha. Okay. That's the secret. You get your gold and RuneScape 3 and you transfer it over for your bonds. stack bonds. Here in old school, we got the pouch or something, right? Oh, they stack on top of each other in one inventory space? I see. You get your own bond slot? Man, they give you everything in RuneScape 3. $27.54 kill count. You can carry 100 bill in your pocket? And then Scald, it's not risk? That sounds crazy. What is that risk? Your inventory? But not your pockets. I don't know how they got that to that conclusion. Yeah, plus what you're wearing, I figured. Damn. We've been here a while. Gotta carry that bond stack on you. Keep that thing on me. Ready to go. That reminds me of this. And here in old school, I'm storing my money in pizzas. I don't think it's stable. I just think it's funny. I'm buying all the pizzas that I can. Is it a good investment? I don't think so. But it's funny. Damn. Seaweed sucks. Give me a real drop. Man, almost 2,800 kills. When I set out on this journey, I didn't know it was going to take us this far. This will be my first pet. Switch? Yes. Pause. Um, killing high enraged bosses. That's in, you're talking RuneScape 3, you get 250 mil an hour. Holy crap. So you know, you say it's 10 to 1, right? So that would be 2.5 mil in an hour in old school. And I could do that with a group at Callisto. Maybe some other high-end single bosses like that. 25 mil. I forgot. 2.5. 25 mil an hour. No, that's pretty good actually. I don't think I can get close to that. 7. I can do like 6-7 mil an hour at Callisto. And it's actually really fun. Callisto masses. Sometimes you fight PKers. It took a long time for you to get there though, Jig. How long does it take for someone to get to that point in RuneScape 3, right? Yeah, it definitely took you a long time to get there. They make it sound easy, but it's not easy. They had to work to get there. In a month? Oh, okay. Once you did it though, you know you could do it quicker. Oh, XP is higher now? Of course it is. That really makes it, I don't know, it undermines it, kind of. 99 combat, 2 days. What about like 99 attack or something like that? Pack is slow. Interesting. Why am I doing bloods right now? Wasting my money. Bro. 2762. Is what does this guy look like in RuneScape 3? Dude, the Kraken does not look like this in RuneScape 3. It doesn't exist? Oh, wow. There's a different Kraken. Like a regular monster, I guess. Zuck fights with a sword? Huh. Yo. Why are we dying? I'm out. I should have equipped my blood magic sooner. We need prayer potions. I should upgrade my prayer. Alright, we're good. We out. A magma sword? That actually sounds sick. Do this. Do this. Go, let's go. Pray, pray, pray. Brew. Brew. Prayer. Prayer. Defense. Alright, let's go. I haven't even played enough RuneScape 3. I didn't know you could do bleed damage. There's magic that does bleed as well. Well, I think they had that in Dark Souls. That makes sense. No, 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 stay here. We got 158 kills on task. I'm using my bracelet slaughter. Well, sometimes we use crossbows here for like dragons. They got a use. That's probably the only time I use a crossbow though. If you use a crossbow in RuneScape 3, you're trolling. What do you use against dragons if you don't use a crossbow? Or for like skeletal wyverns, do they even have those? Imagine skeletal wyverns don't exist either. Deny what is going on. Nah, no tournament today. Tournament on Friday. Living wyverns? What do they do? Can you safe spot them? Because I just sit there and safe spot the skeletal wyverns. I was playing Master Duel earlier tonight. I'm sorry you missed it. Start a fire near you? Interesting. You gotta warm yourself up. That's kind of cool. I wouldn't hate that. Well, the colder you are, because the blood circulates less, I imagine. That's kind of cool. Adds that extra layer. The poison circulates slower through your body if you're colder. They hit you for 30 and 40? Do they hit fast? Do they... Is it multi? Do they multiple them attack you? Sounds crazy. See, I'm still trying to be quick enough for Zulrah. Zulrah is too fast for me, but we're working on it. This is not a private instance. I always got the idea that Vorkath was kind of chill. Haven't got to do it yet. Oh, hard mode. I don't know about that though. Man, they knew I wanted that seaweed drop. Wait, Vorkath plus Chad? Yeah, good luck with that. Why does RuneScape 3 sound a lot more difficult? Are you telling me it's the game for real Giga Chads? We've all been lied to the whole time? Obviously, there might be some flaws, but is the gameplay there? Dude, this guy is... We might not need so many. I gotta get 77 prey for augury. Damn, bro. $27.71. When did Fallout take place? 2070. $22.87. Fallout 1 is in 2161. When's Fallout 4? 2287. Okay, we're way ahead of that. I think the bombs go off in Fallout in 2080. Or 2070 something. Uh, 2077. Is that correct? Which? We'll have to bank after this. We need prayer potion. Wow, I'm gonna try. Squizzler Hino Pappy Goige. What the heck? Is that a trick for someone to say that? What is going on? I tried. Is it best to do the Kraken boss or the small ones? That's a good question. But you know what? I see people I see people outside doing it, and I asked doing the little baby ones, and I asked them, why are you doing that? And they say because they have not gotten a trident yet. You might hit an ad. So it might be better to do the baby ones, but a quick Google search will tell us. I'm looking it up for you. Yeah. Yep. You want to do it on, you want to kill the little ones. What are we doing? We gotta eat up. Yeah, so it's a 0.5% chance on the little ones, and it's a 0.195% chance on the big guy. So yeah, you definitely want to be doing that. I've got 2,700 kill count. I've gotten like 3 or 4 of them, honestly, right at this point. It comes charged? I don't know. Good question. I don't think it. I don't think it's gonna come charged, because there's uncharged. Alright, that's a toxic one. I don't know. What are the enrage bosses in RuneScape 3? What is that about? You can make them more difficult. For more rewards? I think I heard about that. Yeah, I think I understand the gist of it. We going in? We came all this way. First we brew, then we super defense. We do this. Alright, we just gotta keep at it. $112. 150 kills on task. What's our kill count? 2773. Damn. I made this one private. Don't give up. We got this. We've come all this way. It works. What? Random 22 out of nowhere? I already got the combat achievement for killing this guy 100 times without leaving one session in here. And you have to do it in a private instance as well. I hit a 32, that's the max. $27.80. It's coming. I can't wait till this is over. And then I can play the game. But I am gonna have to get my magic up to one more level to 94. That's gonna be good. Prayers are good. I should get augury. Let's see. When did it start showing how much points the prayer drains? 1 point per 12 seconds, 1 point per 6 seconds. Wow. So 25 and this is 15. It's kind of expensive. It's like using rigor. It just speeds it up. I don't know if I would use augury here. What do you mean, Jig? First, then you did 77 pray? The first thing you did was get 77 prayer? Get that augury? Level 1. Well, from 3. Yeah. Level 3 to level, and with level 1 prayer. Do you remember what about that brought your combat level up to? You went from 3 to what with 77 prayer? We could look it up with the calculator. This doesn't really. You were level 14. That's interesting. I just like to know little things like that. That's cool. 77 prayer, 14 combat. Imagine. Well, you don't have to imagine. You did it. I can't even imagine. What did you want? What did you want the 77 prayer for? Why did you need augury? Oh, chaos altar. Okay. It's good to get that prayer out of the way, for sure. Good song. It's alright. Oh. Damn. Hit this one or that one. Well. Blam blam. We'll have to bank after this one. Well, maybe we'll use up these sharks. One more kill. We got prayer now? Prayer. Oh man. Let's go. Keep this going. We're gonna hit 2,800 soon. Never give up. Oof. And we're doing blood magic right now. We need to heal. Okay, we're catching up. Hit the whirlpool to heal. Hit the whirlpool while we rip a blinker. Going to Blink Town. That's cool. Should have switched from the frickin' blood magic. I don't know what I'm doing. Yes. I wonder what's more important, magic defense or regular defense here. Probably magic. I wonder if the regular defense even makes a difference. I'm convinced it does. We got a bank. We need a lot. We're good. We're good. AKQ. Do this. I like this song. It's one of my favorites, actually. Ooh, featuring Chief Keef. Right. Not one of my favorite songs in the world. One of my favorite songs by Little Uzi Vert. Why are we going the long way? That was Chief Keef. That's definitely Chief Keef in the background right there. Bang, bang. That's definitely Chief Keef. Oh, we're not even brewed up. What's wrong with me? I want to hear the Chief Keef part in the background. Bang, bang. It's so funny. Oh man. It's funny. I don't hate the Kraken. I actually love it so much that I have to control it and it'll be mine forever. Because there's a 1 in 3,000 chance that when I kill it, it'll drop a pet version of itself that'll follow me around. So we are forever destined to just kill this guy until they drop the pet. It's not because we hate it. It's because we love it so much. It has to be ours. It's like my great white whale. I've actually killed it. We're about to hit 2,800 times. We're at 2798. Oof. It's been a grind. And we are on the bit of the unluckier side of things. Not getting it by this point by now. 1 in 3,000. It's like a 0.3% or 0.03% chance. I kind of used my prayer potion early. But it's very easy. You don't have to... There's no actual fighting here. It just does itself. There are bosses or fights that are challenging, interactive, where you're playing, moving around. Here, we're just chilling. So, it's not that bad. It could be worse. This guy... $2,800. We did it. Not that that's an accomplishment. It's something. Hit this, hit that. Damn. I can't wait until this is over and we can actually play the game. Oh, and to be... I mean, to be honest, you can't even fight this guy until you've played the game for over 300 hours. And I've probably spent 100 hours chasing this guy. We're 400 hours into all this nonsense. Not even exaggerating. It's probably more. All because of this stat here. You need a high enough Slayer level to fight this guy. To level up your character and get the Slayer to fight this guy, someone correct me if I'm wrong. It's gonna take you 300 hours. I do believe. Who needs family when you got a Kraken to hunt? More like 500? I see, like, I'm not even exaggerating. I was on the high side of the... I was on the low side of the experience rate. If you were really working hard at it. Or playing smart. To maximize your experience rates. But if you just play... Jig, what's your Slayer level? $75, yeah. Okay, so Jig had a head start. And they know what they're doing. And it still take you 500 hours. Just to be able to fight the Kraken. And then you gotta fight it 3,000 times or more. It's insane. Where does it end? It never ends. This is a good song, I think. Whoops. Alright, it does. Bam area. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't bursting my Slayer tasks until too late. Because I don't think I had bursting spells yet. Huh. This is a pretty good feature. I feel like there's a lot of requirements for Monkey Madness 1. We got everything? Damn, I should get a new bracelet. I need a new bracelet. We might not even really need it, but we should hope that it works, that we do need it. We hope that we need it. That would be good. No, 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 no. Bracelet. I haven't done Jad yet. I know. Crucify me. But as soon as I get the Kraken pet, it's on the list. It's top of the list. I promise. Would you say it's harder or the same, more difficult, less difficult on RuneScape 3? We broke the bracelet. We got it. We recharged it basically. Last destination. We out. How different do the prayers work? You can have multiple. You can just pray them all. Are always on. Interesting. Pray everything. So you're basically like a Jedi, is what you're telling me. It sounds like you're telling me you're a Jedi. Bouncing lasers off your lightsaber. Yeah. Let's go. Three Jads, no prey. Is that a challenge? Is that some kind of like crazy challenge or a combat achievement? Brew. Defense. Defense. Heal. Alright, do it. Let's go. I don't think you can do that in old school. No prey. He said the thing. Oh, we're not even praying, bro. What's wrong with me today? We're not even praying. I hope there's no problem. That would be devastating. You would have to have a lot of food to eat out those Jads. That sounds funny. Out eat the Jads. I've actually been saving up my purple sweets. But they don't heal that much. They only heal a little bit, don't they? Brew? We brewing? Not yet. No, not yet. That's good. Blue eyes. Fire kings. $2,806 kill count. We did it 2,800. This. For real? Tick eating? Yeah, it's you're eating right when you get hit. And they both, basically happen at the same time. I've seen some crazy shit. I've seen Odablock do some crazy shit in videos. Things you don't even think is possible. Holy pog. We need a shark drop. So when are you doing the eating? Like when they hit you? We need a shark drop right now. Oh yeah, I know. I know exactly what you're talking about. You'll be at 0, but then you eat, so you're at 1, and then when the tick ends, you're still at 1. Or you're at 1, so it's not 0. We need to... It might be worth trying. I wonder how much purple sweets you would need. Damn, we need a shark drop. Bro, antidote? That's what you dropped me? There's no tick eating in RuneScape 3? Does it not work on the tick system? Of course it does. Oh, they solved that. Oh, okay. Man, we might be able to finish this guy. We really need a shark or food. Walk around with 0 health? How do you do that? I imagine that if you could teleport, you would instantly just die. The game would be like, you have 0 health. Wait, but you can't eat. How do you fix it? And what happens if you get hit when you're on 0 health? Are you now invincible? No, I know you're not. There's a boss? We need food. Put that one. I feel like that was a really quick run. We didn't get much there at all. So maybe we'll just do this and what? I tried playing RuneScape 3 for like, I don't know, I tried playing for like half an hour, to an hour 6 months ago, and I was like, what do I even do? I didn't know what to do. Maybe if I had a guide or someone telling me cool things to do. I have a level like 95 character. Brew? No, we're not gonna brew yet. Kill a... What type of god? RuneScape 3? What kind of stats do you need for that? Zamarok? I will look up what it takes for me to do that, and maybe I'll look up a video of them of how to play it, how to kill it, and maybe we could do that. I'd give it a shot. Defense? Brew? We brewing? We could brew. I'll brew it up. It's worth it. Huh. You might be able to carry it, but I don't even know if I'm just kidding, but we'll see if I can even survive it. I'm sure I would do fine. Pray. Let's not waste our time here. I see, that makes sense. It's just DPS race. You're just boom, boom, boom. You don't even move around. What? No way. 20 mechanics? Sounds crazy. That's why I'll have to look up a video of it. They're good. Oh, it would be enraged. It takes. Huh. How do you force which style it goes into? Defense, prayer. We're good. We're chilling. There's a shark on the ground I want to pick up. Okay, we'll get that. Oh my gosh, we got another trident. Prayer? No. What are we checking? Collection log? Kraken? It's my 4th trident. Fourth trident at 2,817 kills. I think they have a 0.2% chance. Wait, I have her here. .195. So, do you still do a lot of switches in RuneScape 3? And then you know what type of special they're gonna do? And you can switch to it, or a prayer or something, I guess? Like armor switches? Depends on the style. I got you. Do this, do this. What am I doing? This one, yep. Bro, we dropped nothing? Seven. But I would never have guessed that Future is like 45. I guess he's just a little bit older. Dude, what is Lil Wayne, like 50? That's crazy. Nah, Future's like 42. Lil Wayne's like 49. That's crazy. What? Lil Wayne's apparently 42, but he looks like, I mean, it's not that far off. He looks a little older. Maybe that's just from the drugs and the party lifestyle. Side effect. What? Dude. Future's a year younger than Lil Wayne. And if you look at a picture of Lil Wayne next to Future, you would think that Lil Wayne's like 70. I don't listen to Lil Wayne, I don't follow him at all or anything like that. I just saw him in an interview the other day. Nah, maybe I'm exaggerating. You look great, Lil Wayne. Here, real one. Yeah, maybe he was just tired that day in that interview. And what are we at? $28.22, $28.23. Are those scales what you're looking for? Is that good drop? Dragonstone ring is BS. $7 mil each, nice. You got 18 in an hour. That's a nice, what we got, 90 something mil? Or 84 mil? That's 70. Oh, you got 18 of them. That's even more. I think I only counted 18. Holy. Oh no, I was working my way to it. I started with 10. That's how I do math in my head. I break it. If you have a bigger math problem, I break it down into 2 smaller math problems. Kind of makes it more manageable. I guess then the trick of it is figuring out how exactly to divide it up into 2 smaller problems. I start out trying to reach an even number, like how many of it goes into 100. If you can get to something like that. Or start off with it times 10 if you have to multiply it by multiples of 10. Or maybe you can do multiples of 5. We heard this. I like this one, so we'll hear it again though. Who's that? I don't know what that says. Brew. Defense. Defense. Eat. Oh man, we should have done all that before. If they could drop a serum, I would take that. Oh man, bro. For him. System update in 43 minutes? What do you want me to do? Get a life? Shower? Sleep? Why would I do any of that? What are you talking about? What is the maintenance like? Is it half an hour or is it an hour? I guess I could take my weekly shower. I'm kidding, I shower every day. Sometimes every other day, you know, you skip a day. You're lazy. But I like to shower when I wake up. Maybe it gets hot in my room at night and I feel like I'm sweaty in the night, so I don't want to put on new clothes without showering. Does anyone else get behind that? Yo, Pierre. Vorkath, it sounds like it's worth that GP though. Good luck on those drops. Big. Damn, man. Damn. $28.31. We gotta get out of here. That guy ruined that song. Absolutely ruined that song. Like, the song was great until this guy's feature comes on and he just ruins it. What was here? Oh, I need... Someone in the clan chat was trying to spell karaoke. It's karaoke, K-A-R-A, but you're tricked. I don't know why the A in that instance makes a I-E sound, but is karaoke not correct? Is it karaoke? But we say karaoke. I don't know. I do know that it's karaoke. But you say it karaoke. Oh, well, I even said to the person, I was like, I know, I'll give it to you that that's a tough word to spell because it's a trick. What's the... Oh, I need this one. Yes, American. I know I'm from America. Not bad at sometimes they don't people don't learn the right pronunciations of things. Like I asked someone to read, it was like Advil, Tylenol, whatever, well, now you could say it you could say this a few different ways depending on where you're from. Acetaminophen, acetaminophen. But you might call that different things in different places. Acetaminophen. Up jig. Yep, nice. Okay, you know what I'm saying. I asked my friend to read that off the bottle the other day, or not even, it was a while ago. He said the funniest shit. I can't even repeat it to you. I can't even repeat it because I'm saying it. It's painkiller. Acetaminophen. It's Tylenol. It's just the scientific name for Tylenol. You know, the chemical name. Why did I come here? I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. They need to make a Xanaris teleport tab. Wouldn't that be cool? Or is that too OP? Too much? Probably too much. Acetylsalicylic. What is that? No way. Acetylsalicylic. No shot. It's spelled like this. There's no way. Maybe in some other place. This is America. We say it this way. This is America. Maybe I'll have to look that up later. Acetaminophen. I asked my friend to say it the other day, or not, maybe a few weeks ago. And he said the funniest thing, I can't even repeat it. Brew, defense. Yeah, we'll brew. We'll brew, we brew. We brew. And we skip. Pray? We're not even praying, dude. Alright, let's go. We got 32 minutes left here. Until... Wow. Our armor's broken. Bro, what am I doing? Oh, no. Oh, it's supposed to be happening right now. What are we doing? Lumbridge teleport? Damn it, Bob. Stop moving around, Bob. Oh, shit. You get to live another day, Bob. That's definitely Tylenol. That's what Tylenol is here in America. Oh, wait, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's why I said it. That's why I said it. Because where you're from, they call it paracetamol. But here in America, we call it acetaminophen. Why? I don't know. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Why is it a different name? I don't know. Panadol? That might be a brand name. Pretty sure that's a brand name. Yeah, that's just a brand name. No one here will call it paracetamol. I hate this song. This is a Lil Uzi Vert song? Where's Lil Uzi Vert? So why are we different here in America? That's the question. I'll ask ChatGPT later, maybe when we get to the Kraken. No, I'm telling you, I know this. It's just called different things in different places. Why? I don't know, but we're gonna ask ChatGPT. We're gonna find out. Yeah, chemists don't. That's because they're more legit. They're official. I know about fish. And a fish, the scientific name of a fish is the same thing everywhere. It's a Latin name. It's been that way. Well, its species are named in Latin. We have a universal, but we'll get down to the bottom of it. That's what we're here to do. All right. That's just how you say it, not how you say it. So, how do you spell America? Linguistic preferences. It's the same thing. In America, we call it acetaminophen. It's derived from acetyl para aminophenol, which references the molecule structure. So weird. Americans are just wrong. I guess in America they didn't like the name. Why? I don't know, though. I still don't understand. Oh, damn, here I am wasting prey. Apparently, it's close to its structure. It alludes to it. It's derived, which it references the molecule structure. Yeah, all right. It sounds like some BS. Do we brew? Defense? Well, you can chill on this. We got 24 minutes until system update. How long is the update gonna be? Well, I guess the Americans thought that they could do better. I do like the mile of measurement, the measurement of miles. I think that's a good measurement. Maybe one thing we got right. A kilometer. Let's ask ChatGPT. What's better? I don't think one's going to be universally better. I'd be surprised. No, ChatGPT said kilometers are often better. Especially if you're working in a scientific or international context. For specific regions, miles might be better. What? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. No, I just want to know what more accurately in the real world. One kilometer is roughly the length of 10 football fields. 1 mile is 1.6 kilometers. A kilometer is easier to visualize. They use miles in parts of the UK, apparently. Kilometers, 10 football fields. American football fields. I'm assuming that's what they would say, right? They gotta put it in eagle terms. Freedom units. Well, yes, kind of. Well, freedom units is money. Because money just gives you the freedom to do things with. And then if you want to do something, do you have the freedom to do it? You need freedom units, and that's your money. I've got some funny things that I could say that are probably inappropriate about American units of measurement. We do use some funny measurements here. Wait. Well, you guys use liters, right? Yeah. If we were trying to break away from Britain, I wonder why we would keep using their system. Is it really Britain? Interesting. Imperial. Makes sense. Bro. We're at 2,839 kills. I wonder if I'm going to be able to go to sleep once this maintenance hits. Probably should. Trump units, oh gosh. Now that would be something. I don't know why people get so wrapped up in... I know the president, obviously, it's a big important deal. But if you know more about the branches of government and things like that, the president alone, they don't have ultimate control over everything. Everything has to be... laws and things like that have to be passed by House of Representatives. He thinks he does. Yeah. It's not gonna really work that way. But then I gotta wonder, like, executive orders. How does that work? Now there's more shit I gotta ask ChatGPT. All right. New topic, chat. New topic. To my understanding, I'm gonna typo. The president can't do much without approval from other branches of government. So, how do executive orders work? The president does not have unchecked power. Executive orders are one of the tools that the president can use to direct the actions of the executive branch. Okay, I understand now. Because that's what the part that the president leads. Often without needing direct approval from Congress. So there are certain things that the president can do. Let's see the scope of those things. Internal government functions. Implementation of laws. Executive orders can clarify how existing laws will be implemented or enforced, but they can't create new laws or override existing laws passed by Congress. If an executive order conflicts with a law, the law takes precedence. We hit this way. Cannot make new laws or raise taxes. Only Congress has the power to pass laws approve spending, or declare war. Executive orders can be challenged in court. While Congress can't directly veto an executive order, it can pass laws that override the order or restrict the president's actions in that area. Interesting. Yeah, that's why that's why I wanted to look up executive order, because every other day we were like, funny. So President Abraham Lincoln issued an executive order and that freed the slaves. Interesting. Harry Truman issued an executive order to integrate the armed forces. We're not interrogating anyone. Well, maybe. But nicely. We're gonna ask them nicely. And offer them food. Well, we learned a few things today. I learned that a kilometer is 10 football fields. Wait, so what do they... Now we got a new question. Off topic. Do they just call it American football? Why are kilometers better than miles? I know that the sun is 93 million miles away. I don't know how far in kilometers that is. It's better for me. What do they call American football in other countries? Do they just call it American football? It's just called American football. So I would have to refer to it as 10 kilometers. Yeah, 1 kilometer is 10 American football fields. Centimeters are 1/100. Oh yeah, one. Okay, it all scales, and none of that scales into a mile. Yeah, multiples of 10. That makes sense of why it's just factually better. Damn Americans. Damn us Americans doing silly units of measurements. We got 11 minutes. Oh, my jaw cracked, bro. Pretty tired. Pounds? Tons? Yeah, we use tons. You got 16 ounces. Well, you got, oh, okay. 28 ounces in a pound. 16 ounces in a pound. Makes no sense. Why? Just 'cause. mg? What are you talking about? I'm getting milligram. That tells me milligram. How are you gonna go from milligrams to tons? That's like insane. Oh, and then another thing is, not saying drugs are good. Drugs are bad, okay? But if someone gets arrested for drugs, it could be a gram. But in the paper, they'll say 1,000 milligrams. So someone who, like, doesn't really understand, they'd be like, oh my gosh, this guy got caught with 1,000 milligrams? Must be some kind of drug kingpin. Thousand milligrams. I know, but not everyone knows that. And 1,000 sounds bigger than 1. Oh, they're talking about the measurements. Yeah. I beat him to it. But in America, our measurements don't do that. They don't make any sense at all. Well, we use grams for certain things, not a lot though. Wait. Do I only know about grams because of drugs? No. Grams, ounces, pounds. A kilogram is what, 100 grams? And a ton is 1,000 kilograms? That I'm probably too tired to get converting all that right now. Kilo means 1,000? Yes. My brain's probably too tired to be converting all that around to my American brain. This is another one. What happened to the Department of Education? I don't even know. The only news I see is what we see on YouTube when I'm farming shameless React content. And in the past week, it's just been tariffs. What happened to the education people? They all got tired of it? Who needs an education? Children? Leading our future? I don't think, maybe if there's not, like, for instance, Australia there, we're not buying much. It's just minerals and meat, beef. I don't think it's, like, anything against particular countries. But no one could be left out in their plan, I guess. We'll see how it all goes, you know. But they couldn't just not. And it's probably only 10%, right? I don't know. I'm assuming it's only 10%. Does Australia have any kind of tariffs on America? I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if there was. Everyone does. It's not an unusual thing. China had 64% tariffs on us. And then we did 34. And then China wanted to go more. Trump claimed GST. I don't know what that is, actually. GST. I don't know what that is. I don't think 10%'s a lot. I don't think it's the end of the world. And I don't think it's gonna last. 10% tax on everything sold on Australia. But so like, so the whole world pays that. Sold on Australia, or in, I think you mean. Everyone pays it. The whole world. So I can see why they're saying it's similar. It's the same idea, because it's only 10%. You can call it different things. It achieves the same purpose. We got this. Oh, we have 3 minutes, bro. Three more minutes. See what we can do. We're barely even gonna make it there. Yeah, but I don't think all that's gonna last. It's just all talk and nonsense. Maybe it lasts for if you go deep enough into it. If you go deep enough into all this, you look at the stock market right now. Things are down. That's all. It's all gonna come back up once this all evens out. Whether it could be a week, a month, a year, 5 years. I don't know. It's gonna even out though. It's gonna go back up. That's just how it goes. But now would be a time. I'm not no financial advisor, but the general idea is a lot of people will tell you when things are down, that's when you buy it because it's going to go back up. Because if it doesn't go back up, then we're all fucked anyway. Your money's probably not going to mean anything if we're all fucked. But that's all a joke. Now, when things are down, it's a good time to get in, be buying. People panic selling. That's bad. Don't do that. Oh yeah. What if you go so far deep enough that all this kind of stuff is orchestrated, and there are people ready to take advantage of these moments? That's a whole other kind of conversation, though. If I disappear, you know what happened. There are no billionaires. We'll do this one, Alright, we got a minute and a half. Well, now they don't have to be in the White House. They don't have to be. If we're going this deep, the people I'm talking about, you won't even see their face. That's why they're puppet head. That's why they have their puppet head leaders. Now I can't even talk about this anymore. The deeper you go, the crazier it gets. But don't listen to me. It's 6:30 in the morning, and I'm a loser playing RuneScape. So don't listen to me. It could be schizophrenic ramblings. It's 8 p.m. somewhere. It's 6:30 in the morning here, and I gotta go to sleep. What? I don't know what. Wait. I'm okay that I was at Kraken, right? I mean, even if I died, my stuff would go to What's gonna happen? When I log back in? It's kind of low. Yeah, what's gonna happen? Nothing bad? Wait, it's an instant update? Wow. I was in a private instance with the Kraken. Oh, it's probably gonna kick me out of the instance. I'm probably out. I'm probably outside of the crack in the wall. It's already been updated? Wow. What? I thought the game was gonna be down for 45 minutes. Sword. They don't do that anymore? I mean, they did that like 6 months ago, didn't they? Why do they do it so fast? Wow. They upgraded? Oh, wow. They upgraded their shit. Props to Jagex. Damn. I thought we were just stopping once that I'm done. That's enough for me for a day. I'm gonna try and go to sleep. Because what do I do? Stay up till 10 in the morning? What are we at? A lot of kills. Like 2850, almost 2900. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Be ready for more Kraken hunting. We out. I'm gonna go to sleep right there. 6:30 in the morning. Yes.
Behind this mask that I have become.